government don't care about you. They see through your TV screen and looking at you. They go to your residence and then subdue you. When you're alone in your room, they listen to you. I know you can feel them crawling in your ear while you're in the bed, sleeping. They appear, staring at the stars, asking who's there. Wanna see an alien? Look in the mirror.
Hello and welcome back for main event coverage here for the SSOP main event, and with us now the remaining 8 players, and we're going to get the information. Hello and welcome.
Try to, be patient. Don't hold your cursor with me.
Sorry about that, I was hearing myself back on the audio. So main event coverage, as you can see, the chip distribution there, Kotovic, the chip leader, and all the way down to Boya there in the pack with Masiak and Matkovic. Chip counts are the chip leader, as I mentioned, Katovic. We have Daniel Jovanovic, Rafael Wacha from Austria. So it's the Polish player, Sebastian Katovic, the chip leader, and then we have Peter Pichler from Austria, Daniel Jovanovic, also Austrian, Florian Boyatelma, Rafael Wacha from Hungary, Lajos Motel, not great on the pronunciation there, also another Austrian, Christian Matkovic, and the one hometown hero, Maciej Masiak from Slovakia, and you can see there in seat 8. Having a little Red Bull to ease the nerves before they start playing for the big bucks. 5.7 thousand locked up for all of these players. Over 900 entries in this year's Slovak Series of Poker main event. Playing for an eye-watering 55,000 euros for the winner. So looking forward to seeing how this one progresses. Hello to all of you guys on YouTube. Feel free to jump in the comments there if you have anything to add, any questions at all. I can do my best to get back to you guys.
Slovak Rolex. Psycho. Okay. It's quite beautiful. I will bring it.
It's too flashy for me. It's too, how to say, it's too flashy, too shiny. Too shiny, yeah. It's like too bling bling. Yeah.
Bling bling.
Click on the wrist. So
guys, once
I guess
100,000, big one entry, I should press the start again.
So let's get things kicked off, shall we? Blind level 50k, 100k with the 100k big blind ante. Kotovic is someone that we've seen before here on the feature table main event final table streams. Very strong player from Poland. So we're going to probably be seeing him attempt to run over the final table here and play as many pots as he can. Certainly someone with a couple of moves up his sleeve from previous streams. Getting it through to the blinds so far. And Pichler just folding the ace-10 off there. Just showing the power that the big stack has on a final table of 8. Going to be many situations in which these middling stacks are just not really incentivized to battle or enter the pot, just because the chance of them losing and being out and not making the future pay jumps is going to be so damning to their chances of, you know, making the money overall. So ICM playing a big factor for those middling stacks, and we're probably going to see Katowice lean on that somewhat. So he flops a pair here. Matkovic defending with the 4-3 suited. Potentially somewhat of an optimistic defend. You've got Florian Boyer there on 1.1 million, so defending versus an early position open with 4 high. What are you really hoping to flop there? It's just going to be lots of like weak draws, bottom pairs. Going to be quite difficult when you're faced with probably someone that's going to be c-betting around 100%. So might have been better off just letting that one go. And takes a small little dent to the stack. Jan Risa, let's go watch her, you sexy stallion. Thanks for tuning in and cheering on your buddy. Boyer there with the 1.2 million stack, so another one of the shorties, 12 big blinds. He's going to be going through the big blind and the big blind ante soon, so things are going to get pretty hairy. Motel 6.1 million, opening it up with the pocket sixes. Pitchler giving him a bit of a look up and down here, but king 5 off when you're covered. Don't think that's going to be doing much. Matkovic jams, and you could just see in the background of the picture there, Motel not particularly happy with that, but he is probably going to call. Could expect his opponent to jam in hands like ace-5 suited, pocket 5s, and Matkovic already 2 hands in, he's been involved in both of them, and this one is the crucial one. Going to need to win a big flip here to keep his hopes and dreams alive of taking down the SSOP main event. So on his feet, as is custom for a big spot in anyone's poker career. Ooh, and it does come queen high, so an early lead taken for Matkovic there. Going to be absolutely loving that flop. Not sure what the weight is all about, but we are going to see a turn card, and it's another 7, so just a 6 and a 6 only to eliminate Matkovic. Total live earnings on Hendon Mob of $16,000, so... Oh, that is a crushing blow, and something that you hate to see, especially when you're the short stack. You get it all in the flip, flopping the top pair, and... on the turn, you're basically halfway back in the seat thinking, right, 25 big blinds, right back in the tournament here, everything's looking hunky-dory, and then just a brutal, cold, hard 6 of diamonds on the river to eliminate him. And he's going to go out in 8th place for just under 6,000 euros. Very unfortunate bust out there. 5,670 though. 250 euro buy-in, so he's probably going to be absolutely gutted right now, but his biggest result to date on Hendon Mob, and I'm sure that he'll be taking some positives for that in the next couple of days. Folding round to Pitchler. Ace-king offsuit. Just about as good as it gets from the cutoff. Small pause, nothing wrong with that, you know, taking your time, feature table. Under the bright lights, just want to make sure that you're not rushing anything, you're not giving away any kind of information about the strength of your hand. It could be that more experienced players may pick up on something if, for example, you're rushing into opening a hand and then later on taking some time before opening. Could give away some clues as to the strength of that holding. Jovanovic does cover Pitchler and therefore can't be eliminated from the hand, so does want to defend fairly wide, and he's getting a decent price, so Queen 6 suited, a bit of a no-brainer. Doesn't connect at all on the Jack 5 deuce. Good board for Pitchler here because, you know, you're not going to see your opponent have so many of the Jack deuce, Jack 5. Definitely not offsuit, no 5 deuce offsuit in there, just going to be folding pre-flop, so having the 2 overcards and the back high, king high diamond draw would be a great one just to bet very small, quarter pot, 20% pot, doesn't need to be much. Does navigate himself to a turn though, and elects to bet that sort of aforementioned size, 130 into 610. Just a small size for sort of value / protection. Getting a hand like Queen 6, which has 6 clean outs out of there, not the end of the world, just picking up the pot. One of the most important things about final tables is trying to limit the confrontations and the variance that you're going to encounter, so sliding out a bet there and not allowing his opponent to realise the full equity of the river card as well. I think a pretty shrewd play, nicely done from him. So Boyer ripping it in, king, queen of clubs, under the gun, 12 bigs, 7-handed. Yeah, I think this is a fine jam. Pitchler here, I'm not sure what he's thinking about. Pocket 3 is just not dominating anything. Your opponent isn't shoving deuces or ace deuce suited, and you've still got 3 ranges to interact with behind, so this would be a really optimistic call, but it does look like he's the sort of player that really doesn't want to rush any decisions, and that's understandable when you get under the bright lights of the final table. It can really add a lot of stress to every single decision. I think in terms of the pairs that Boyer would be jamming here, he is in the big blind ante next hand, so maybe he'd be going with something like 7s. Maybe pocket 6s, some suited broadways, maybe an ace jack plus offsuit, and ace 10, ace 9 suited as a guess. So pocket 3s, thinking about it, not doing so well against that, and then you've got to factor in the fact that you've got 3 players behind, 2 of them with greater stacks than yours. And so calling and then folding to the jam, and then both players having ace-king or something like that. Just a lot of disastrous situations that can occur for looking up with the pocket 3s there. Watcher now with the ace-6 of clubs, opening it up to the minimum sizing in terms of his Hendon mob experience. Just 10,000 in live cashes recorded, but some of those fairly high buy-ins. Most recent cash a month ago in the 3K Millions Europe main event, coming 55th for 5.7k. Also a semi-deep run in the 1k Eureka main event in Prague. And all fairly recent cashes, so could be some kind of online player transitioning into live. He's run into the Kings of Katowice here, who is going to 3-bet to 725k. Seeing as they're both over 80 big blinds deep, the larger sizing deemed necessary. So folding round to Boyer in the small blind here, 1.2 million, so about 12 big blinds. And not going to know what he folded there, but Watcher in there with 7-6 of spades, he wouldn't have been calling the shove. So Katowice with the early chip-ups. Won a 3-bet pot there with the Kings, got it through pre, and then also opening the 9-7 off from EP and getting it through with a C-bet. Every pot matters at this stage, and gaining some kind of momentum early on so that you can pull away from the rest of the players will just pay massively in dividends later on as you're able to exert that much extra pressure. So really important to try and find as much aggression as you can, because if you don't, you run the risk of just kind of blinding out, drifting back into that kind of danger zone period, and then all of a sudden you're relying on a spot to go all in and double up, where you don't really have so much control over the outcome as you would with a slightly deeper stack. So Katowice here in the cutoff, not been able to pick up his cards, but I imagine he's going to be opening a pretty wide range in this situation. But running into the pocket jacks, the jiggities for Boyer there on the button. And yeah, just electing to fold. Going to be jamming, going to be opening fairly wide there, so not surprised to see a fold. And again, he just doesn't want to get into situations where he's calling off short stack shoves light, risking his position at the table. The 2 big blind open is going to be effective enough as it is, so have to accept that sometimes you're just going to run into a good hand. Masiak here from under the gun, 7-handed, king jack off. Electing to go for the raise. Benefits from having the deeper stack of the table and the chip leader 2 to his left, so you know he's not really going to have to tangle with him under the gun versus +2 when he's opening off of 16 big blinds, because it's just looking so strong. Washer here, on the other hand, he's definitely okay. Gonna just elect to fold with the king-9 suited, maybe considering his hand to be a little bit too dominated by all those like ace-kings, king-queens, king-jacks, king-10s that are in the sort of short stack opening range there. It's going to be a very high card centric range, so with the king-9 there, I think that going for like a small 3-bet sometimes, or a peel are options, but all 3 options on the table, and just electing to fold, which I don't mind either. Early stages of the final table, especially if you've been playing on a different table and haven't really had the opportunity to figure your opponent out so much due to not playing any hands with them, could be wise not to tangle and just try and learn from the dynamic that progresses as the final table gets into the thick of things. So thank you to all of you for tuning in. Please do feel free to share the stream on your social media channels. We appreciate all of the love and support from you guys, as we play down to a winner here with over 55,000 euros for first, and the main event culminating a 2-week stretch of Slovak Poker Series events. We've had a 500 high roller Omaha, we've had a 1k high roller, also the 150 100k, which apparently was won by some English fish. Not sure if any of you guys are aware of that. And Washer here in the cutoff, opening the 10-3 suited, and definitely showing some good awareness of how wide he can be, as there is a short stack that's just folded behind, so Maciek won't be looking to tangle with him so much, and indeed just folds the king-10 off to an open. To a c-bet on the flop. It's ace-high board, and Watcher there is just going to attack that one with basically every hand he's got, and taking it down. Katowice with the ace-5 off. Looks to be someone that is very aware of the final table dynamics as the chip leader. And I think fair to say aware of the dynamics that you tend to see on live final tables under a 1k buy-in. Lots of quite passive and conservative styles that are adopted. People just trying to make the money, so a style which incorporates a lot of aggression and that kind of tricky nature to play against, when you know most of the players on this final table have under $100,000 worth of cashes on Hendon Mob, and indeed some players 10,000 and under as well. So the pressure is intense when you're already playing for as much as you have ever cashed for in live poker. You're just desperate not to put a foot wrong, and that can definitely be exploited by some of the more experienced heads. Katowice seeming to be one of those. Watcher here, second in chips, ace-king, opening into the chip leader. He's not going to care about that though with such a strong hand. And good fold from Motal. I think it's easy to get sucked into peeling those kind of holdings. And indeed, Pitchler, I think, would be better advised to fold these pocket threes here. It's just much better to avoid these kind of confrontations and allow Watcher to maybe collide with some of the shorter stacks at the table than trying to go set mining here with the pocket threes. Katowic looks like he's getting some ideas here with the Queen 9 suited, targeting what is seeming to be an extremely capped peel, and what I mean by that is Pitchler's not likely to be flatting any hands like Ace King, Queens, Jacks. Probably just going to be 3-betting those. So an aggressive take from Katowic. And even with Ace King suited here, I guess his plan is to 4-bet fold, but not really looking to get in 80 big blinds here, but if you've got a good read that your opponent is super aggressive, shouldn't be too much of a concern with it being such a pure spot to find some aggression. Katowic knows that Watcher is going to be opening like semi-wide, and the flat is going to be, don't know, lots of pairs, suited broadways for the most part. And the 4-bet does get it done. So Jovanovic here with the Queen 6 of clubs. Not a bad spot to open when he's got Katowic there in the small blind, who's kind of caged with the short stack behind. Boyer electing to just call with the King Jack, I think, versus any kind of reasonable opponent. You can just push here and expect to print on this rejam, getting a lot of folds. Oftentimes, medium and larger stacks will be kind of essentially leaning on the shorter stacks, so there will be lots of raise folding going on. Jovanovic with a pretty chunky size there, 200 into 570 over third pot, on a board that is definitely favouring Boyer in terms of him having all of the flushes. Wow, but need I say any more? The efficiency of the bet seemingly very high if we're getting him just to fold King Jack with the Jack of Hearts. Payouts up for you there once again. 55,000 euros at the summit with 7 players left, but plenty of play left. Structures of these tournaments at the Banco Casino have always been fantastic. Plenty of play, and the clock continues to increase as the tournament progresses, which is important as that's where all the money's being played for, right? So not going to see it become too much of an all-in fest at any point. Pitchler opening here, Katowice just electing to call. King Queen is a hand that, you know, you can go for a 3-bet sometimes, but 3-betting, getting jammed on by like 10s or jacks or something and having to fold the flip is, you know, somewhat annoying. You can just peel on the button, take your position. You also have the ability of, you know, being one of the larger stacks, so it's kind of almost like a pre-flop float where you can just attack people later on in the hand and utilize the position to your advantage whilst controlling the size of the pot somewhat. Katowice now checking to him on the turn. No diamond in his hand. May elect to go for a bit of value, targeting some hands like Queen X of diamonds in the big blind. Maybe a hand like King 9 suited, Queen 10, these kind of holdings. Ace 10s as well, obviously, both players having that. With the board being so connected and 3 ways, just going for the small size, I like it. Hand's probably not going to be worth a big bet. You could still see some ace king in the end of the gun range, just going for some pot control. And it's ace 10 shown from Pitchler, and Katowice is going to take that one down with the king queen. And a nice little boost to his stack up to 9.4 million, and indeed retaking the chip lead right where he wants to be, putting himself firmly back in the hunt. Maciek getting a little bit short here, and ace jack under the gun 1, 15 big blinds. If we're still on the 100k big blind, not sure I'm a huge fan. I think we could just raise fold a hand like this. Chippy V-wise never really printing with a hand like an ace-jack offsuit from early position. We're not really going to get attacked that much when we open off of 15 big blinds as well, so I think you're going to see quite an honest response to that kind of open. And but he just elects to shove it in and go for it, go with it. There is one other obviously interested shorty who is chatting to now, in the form of Florian Boyer. Boyer just with the $1,100 in live earnings, having played a couple of tournaments in Bratislava and one recorded tournament many years ago in Vienna. So definitely going to be someone that may be a bit inexperienced. Pitchler in the big blind here, facing the 200k open. Just going to call. A lot of chips just to rifle in. Although that is, I think, an option as well for 30 big blinds. Just going to get so many folds. Even your opponent may fold a hand as strong as ace-jack sometimes, just because calling and losing really cripples their position on the FT. But just does elect to just call, see a flop. It's going to have a nice hand that's going to have some protection on ace-high boards where your opponent's going to barrel into you quite a lot. So checking to the river now. Deuce of clubs, obviously a complete brick, doesn't really change anything. But Wacho may have elected to check back some king X. Maybe a hand like king 5 off is even going to be in his range that doesn't want to bet the turn. Sizing wise, quite middling. Stinks of value to me in the form of potentially a hand like Queen Jack, Jack 9 maybe at worst, but lots of these like weaker king X holdings that don't want to bet 3 streets. Looks like we're not going to be able to see what he had there. My guess would be something like king 5, king 6, king 4. Finding quite a natural check back when there are possible straights complete on the turn. Watch a hit. Ace Queen of diamonds. Easy open. Not seen much from Motel from Hungary, apart from winning that flip with the pocket sixes early on. Hasn't really had much to work with. And Masiak, Ace 9 versus the cutoff open. Unfortunately running into it this time, but I think a decent push. Ace 9 is a hand that doesn't have that great playability post-flop. It's not such a connected hand, but with the ace blocker and facing an opponent's range that's going to be extremely wide, we can clearly see already that Wacho is a competent player. Going to be knowing to open this cut-off spot with lots of hands that will raise fold, and maybe even can raise call some worse hands sometimes, like an ace 8 suited. So Masiak now needing backdoor spades to have any chance. Ooh, 9-9. The only way. 2 outs on the river. Is it going to be the magical 9 for Masiak? The lone Slovak hope in this SSOP main event. Needs to be a 9 only. Ooh, 8 hits the side door there. Good run. Unfortunate for him to bust out in 7th, but he did come to the FT fairly short, so can't be too worried about that. And eliminates the stage with Wacha there. Just continuing to dominate so far. Great start from him, and I think he's the first player to make it over the 10 million chip mark on this FT. As we move to 6 left. And yeah, you can see there 11 million chips, 111 big blinds. And starting to pull away from the mid stacks such as Motel, Jovanovic, with Boya in the danger zone. And Pitchler there sitting on 29 big blinds. So it just goes to show the fantastic structure there. Easily over a 50 big blind average. And all players now guaranteeing over 10,000 euros. 10,670 locked up for each of these players, so it's a fantastic achievement. 40 buy-ins from the original 250 entry. Katowice under the gun, king 8 suited. Opening it up. Yeah, lovely. Love this from Watcher there, utilising the suited ace. The suited wheel ace. Not quite strong enough to peel here, but has great qualities for eliminating some of the stronger hands in his opponent's range. And Katowice now not really gonna fancy calling out a position versus the chip leader and inviting so much variance or potential collision post-flop. He's going to be thinking, do I find the trigger and go for the 4-bet here and fight the fire with fire? Maybe identifying the fact that his opponent is going to start to open up and look to assert himself with that chip lead. And this is just another fantastic play from Katowice. Been really impressed with his game so far, just identifying that very quickly. Looks very comfortable as well. Not giving much away at all. Making it 1.6 million. Doesn't need to go too big. And the reason being that the 4-bet in itself is looking so strong that the size doesn't need to be too chunky, because just by putting the 4th bet in, you're implying that you're having a very strong hand. The great thing about when he's quite deep stacked here at 90 big blinds effective is using that suited combination just in case he does receive a pre-flop call. And there are some hands that might want to continue via calling there. Suited aces with the slightly better ones than ace 3. Potentially hands like pocket jacks, pocket 10s, pocket queens even, just peeling the 4-bet. So having the suited king just gives him a little bit of extra equity if he is to see it continue from his opponent. So great play. And the Polish player there showcasing why he's been doing so well over the last few years, winning a 500 euro event at the European Poker Tour at EPT Prague for 29,000 euros, just under 30k. He also won the Slovak Poker Open on May the 10th here for 34,500. And also the Spade Poker Tour main event coming third for 9,000 euros. And that's all in the space of the last 4 months. So definitely someone whose career is catapulting in the right direction. And looking forward to seeing more from him. Great style and very impressive play so far. So Pitchler opening the cutoff here with ace-8. Delighted to see this board, and he's going to get some action as well. I don't think Katowice is going to fold to 1-bet with the queen 9 here, middle pair, decent kicker. It is a board that Pitchler is going to be continuing lots of hands on, maybe all of them. Certainly queen jacks, queen 10s, jack 10s, 7-6 suited if he does elect to open that. So not really much of a decision to make here, as opposed to calling, and potentially, if he does have some sort of read on his opponent, he could make a very tight exploitative fold. Getting the full business stare down from Pitchler there. Does end up electing to call, don't blame him whatsoever. Seven on the turn. I don't think that's going to slow Pitchler down. Your opponent is of course having, you know, all combinations of jack 10. 6-5 versus the big size on the dry ace high board, may just elect to fold, so only really jack 10 to worry about. Katowice here deciding to go for something very funky here, going for the lead with no relevant blocker. Just kind of like an FU really, more than anything else. But he's got Pitchler squirming around in the seat, holding 2 pair, so going to be some kind of opponent-specific play, I would imagine. Definitely far out of what the book would suggest in this kind of situation. So just electing to lead for half pot. Pitchler, it's quite strange theatrics that's going on with him. I'm not sure that he's ever considering folding to this bet. And indeed, it looks like he may just be thinking to push it in. Definitely wouldn't suggest that. This kind of leading range is going to be quite polarized, I would say, in the sense that it's going to be some kind of blocker type hand, like maybe a Queen 10 would be an obvious one, maybe a 7-6 as well could be one, and then also hands that have improved on the 7, so Jack 10 being the most obvious. You're not going to see much of a check raise frequency on an ace 9-8 rainbow versus a short stack opener that's c-bet quite a large size, I would say. So all of these hands are definitely going to be in Katowice's range, but electing to go for the sort of off-piste Queen 9 lead. And let's see if he can pull the trigger here. I think it might work. Based on the theatrics we saw on the turn, but he is just going to elect to lead. Doesn't have any diamonds in his hand. Still beats some hands like Queen 10, Queen Jack, maybe a King Jack of diamonds. And just takes that one to showdown after a fairly unorthodox lead, and Pitchler delighted to see the check. I think he would have been squirming even more if the chips would have been going over the line. Unsure as to why Katowice has gone for the limp here. Blind v blind, 11 effective. It's not a hand that's strong enough to limp call as a trap, so, but it's a hand that's printing as an all-in. Especially just taking down the 2 big blinds in there, moving on to the next one. Sometimes even when you're called, you're getting it in with pretty decent equity, like the low pairs, the offsuit ace-x. And it does go check, and boy, giving him the eyeball stare as he turns the nut straight on the turn. And after finding a couple of situations where he could have put chips in. Katowice now electing to do it on the one that improves his opponent to the unassailable nuts. Little double check of the cards there. Is that the 6-5s I was hoping for? Oh yes it is. I've got the nutter butters. How do I extract the most out of my opponent here? That's it. Yeah. Not much to worry about here. Even has the 6 of clubs, which is reducing some of the flush draws in his opponent's range. The 5 isn't ideal, as it may lead his opponent to slow down quite a lot. The big blind having all sorts of 6x in that continue on the turn for the gut shot. Oh, when he puts him in, it's going to get snap called and shown the bad news there. 6-5. Getting the absolute maximum. And after I was complimenting his play somewhat, Katowice there with, I think, a little bit of a brain fart, it could be fair to say. Just missing the clear jam pre-flop and ends up getting up shit creek without a paddle by the end of the hand. Blasting through and unfortunately running into the very strong big blind straight completed on the turn. Ebsuchable says this is the creme de la creme of the poker community. Yeah, definitely some strong players in the mix here, and good to see in some ways. As a player myself, you know, you hate to see people improving all the time, but that just shows that you've got to keep working on the game, and that if you're not willing to put the hours in, there's always going to be someone sat in their mum's basement putting in the work. Ace 4 offsuit for Jovanovic, ace blocker there, and just from a game dynamic perspective here, a small little thing which isn't particularly GTO orientated, let's say, as the nerds are saying, but when you do have the situation in which the chip leader or someone with a lot of chips on your direct left has just bluffed it off in a huge pot, there's going to be very much more reluctant to do the same in the hand directly after, so you're going to get away with a little bit more from a field play perspective. Go Boyer, says Lucas Muth. Thanks for joining the stream, sir. And to all of you sweating the final 6 here of the Slovak Series of Poker main event. Prize pool of just over 230,000 euros. Is a re-entry still available in the tournament? Well, we had over 900 players to start, and we're left with 6, so if a re-entry was available, I think it would be a bit unfair on the other 6 players that have been playing for 3 days. In short, unfortunately not. Lucas certain that his friend Boyer will take it down. Wish him all the best. Yeah, so considering the big money jumps, isn't a deal not always the better choice to minimize variance? I think yes and no. I think when there's so much play on this final table, you can see all of the stacks are pretty deep. Well over 50 big blind average stack. That you're going to see just so much more play to be done. A bit cheeky there, seat 1 reaching to his phone. You're not supposed to be looking at the phone during the final table. It can give you unfair advantage if you've got someone feeding you information on the stream. So give him a slap wrist for that. So Watcher limp calling with the pocket fives here, 70 big blinds effective, looking to outflop his opponent, who comes out firing very quickly, very quick raise pre-flop, very quick c-bet. You know, these things are just not really indicative of weak hand. Looking to get more chips in very quickly. That kind of eliminates the thought process of maybe I should bluff here, which is usually something that is needed for a little bit more careful consideration. And wow, Watcher with a great start on the FT and just drilling the 5 on the turn. Motel with the snap check back. Looking to pot control, doesn't want to run into an 8, doesn't want to ruin his chances there, but kings with no diamond usually would be going for the second barrel, just targeting those queen 10s, queen 9s, jack 10s, jack 9s. Double flush draw as well, plenty of clubs and diamonds that would continue. And Watcher here just going to go for the huge size, and yeah, Motel seeing the bad news there. Luckily for him, he did manage to find that check back. He could have lost a much bigger pot if his opponent was able to check raise the turn. So yeah, back to the point about the making the deals. I would say it's all dependent on the player, what their bankroll is, what their risk tolerance is, and how they feel that their game is matching up versus other players, which of course is something that poker players struggle with because most people just think they're the best. So it's like you have to be very you have to use the rational mind, I would say, in these kind of situations, and it's quite difficult to do that under the bright lights and so much pressure. So taking the deal if you're not feeling so confident could be wise. Do you mean the watch, Lucas? I think the watches are either Raymond Wheel or one other brand. Sort of mid-level watches, I think, with a value of between 1 and 2k. So once the stream develops into the final 2, we'll see that one on display for us. And Watcher just continuing to bully the table. Raphael certainly doesn't sound like an Austrian name, maybe having some kind of Spanish descent. I believe he's got a few friends in the chat, so let us know about that one. So just had a look at the Instagram page. You can follow us at Banco Casino BA, and it looks like the watches are from Long Irons. So rather affluent extra prize, along with just a small fee of 55,000 euros for the winner. No big deal. So lots of money still to play for. And as I mentioned, these 6 players have locked up 11,000 so far. The next pay jump of 3,000, then 4,000, then 5,000, and then it starts to get quite serious with the 10,000 and then the 23,000 pay jumps between third to second and second to first. So Watcher just continuing to open very wide, and you know what? Why not? Because if it's a situation where you can keep pushing the envelope until people start fighting back, and if they don't, then you're just going to pick up loads and loads of pots in the meantime. Jovanovic here flopping the stone cold Nisleys, and just continuing to check call the turn for the deception. Unfortunately, the 9 might kill his action somewhat. Watcher was going for value with the 2 pair now, but he won't be able to think of many hands he's going to beat. This 9 is going to complete better 2 pairs, straights, just all sorts, and 8-4 really just shooting down in value on that river card. So Jovanovic in the small blind here, facing an aggressive opponent with more chips. A lot of ICM to contend with. Probably just going to see him limp in here, try and see a flop. Up to the 120k blind level at the moment. And Katowic with one of those hands that he could elect to go for an ISO. It's just has such poor playability that checking back often is essentially surrendering the pot. And I think Jovanovic would like to stab here. Doesn't need to take much, just 120k. You've got some good backdoor straight draws, a backdoor flush draw. So you could easily barrel on a card like this. But facing the flop check and then this bet, he does have quite a credible bet, because he is going to limp a lot of ace-x with the chip leader out of position. With being out of position versus the chip leader, just to try and protect that limp. And so ends up being a rather ideal turn card for him. Picks up equity, and it's a card that his opponent just isn't really going to cover that much, so nicely done. Just realised I was on mute there, sorry about that. So I was saying Boyer with the pocket fours, resisting the urge to raise the flop. Seen a lot of big C-bets coming out of Jovanovic, so I like the decision to just check call and try and get him to blast one off on the turn. With the board bricking out though, gonna look to get some value out of his hand. His opponent may have gone for some pot control checkbacks with maybe in a hand like ace-5, no heart, something like that on the turn, ace-3. Could have improved to a 9 that looks to get to showdown on the turn. And needing to decide whether he's going to go for, I mean, I'm not sure what he's considering. Maybe he's thinking of turning his hand into a bluff and ripping it in. Surely we can't call with the queen high here. That would be ambitious to say the least. Let's see what he's thinking of. Does eventually find the fold, but it looked like he really wanted to pull the trigger there. I'm guessing he was thinking about shoving, but maybe realised he'd taken so long it might have looked a little bit suspicious if he started piling the chips in after what seemed like genuine thought. Often if you flopped a flush there, it's not really much genuine thought, or you're not just going to waste sort of a minute and a half thinking about it. However, lovely pot there for Boyer, and he boosts his stack well over 20 big blinds now, and right back in the thick of things. Interesting to note the body language from Pitchler there on the right hand side looks a little bit kind of unfocused and out the game. That's it, let's start leaning in. We're playing for some big money here, buddy. Suchable, in terms of the big blind ante, is this a big difference in the way you play the big blind? Does it change the game in some ways? Yeah, it changes the game massively. I'm not a fan of it personally in the heads up, because you know, it kind of cuts down the playability somewhat when you're always putting in 2. It just speeds up the game unnecessarily, I would say. But when you're starting to get shorter and shorter handed, as they are now, 6-handed, the usual ante would be 12.5%, right? So 6 times 12.5 is what, 75? And that would mean that usually you're now playing for an ante which is 33% larger than like a standard online tournament structure, for example. So you'd be better off widening your opening ranges, and also, as you were talking about the big blind defense, you're more incentivized to re-steal as well. More incentivized to push versus opens off of the shorter stack, or 3-bet bluff slightly more, or 3-bet for value slightly wider. So it encourages a lot of action, I would say. But I think once you start to get to sort of heads up or 3-handed, it can get a little bit silly, and I don't think it helps the dynamic so much. Doesn't feel like you should ever really fold a hand and on the button heads up when there's a big blind ante in play, because you're just getting such a price. You've got to call 0.5 big blinds for the chance to win 3. So 5-1 pre-flop odds. Vamos, boya, says Lucas Muth. Yep, your friend did well there. Nice little pot. And Jovanovic has seen enough from Katowice to believe that he's at it. And he comes in with the 4-bet to 1.5 million facing the button 3-bet from Katowice. And I don't think we've actually seen Katowice with the hand yet. He's just been out there bluffing all the time, and eventually people are going to start fighting back. And Jovanovic laying down the hammer a little bit there as if to say, look buddy, you can try and walk all over the other guys, but I'm just going to fight back. Nicely played. Did have a good hand to do it with ace-jack. It's one of those hands where out of position on a final table with the ICM, you're not really incentivized to peel there and kind of invoke that post-flop variance. You just want to use the credentials. You've got an ace, you've got a jack. The jack's blocking strong hands like jack-jack. The ace blocking ace-king, ace-queen, ace-ace, of course. So the foundations of the hand make it, I think, a decent one for a good 4-bet candidate in that spot, and he found it and got the job done. So well played to him. White chat in the small blind with the jack deuce suited. Just limping in. And Motel looks like he was considering using this hand, which was, I think, would be the type of hand that you could use as like a bluff ISO there, just because of the very limited playability and the fact that the chip leader here, I believe, for example, someone that's been so aggressive and starts to limp blind versus blind is probably just going to be simplifying to limping everything here and trying to get away with it, and maybe ISOing just a lot of the stronger hands and not having so much in this limping range. I think Motel recognized that, but just didn't really fancy doing anything about it as of yet. Matcher with the jack high. Does he look to take this one to showdown? Not really seen much of interest from his opponent. On Hendon Mob, he's listed as Laos Motel, so I'm guessing it's like a first name, middle name type scenario. His biggest score all the way back in 2016, the €340 No Limit Hold'em WPT warm-up. He came third for €24,000, part of the Party Poker WPT Vienna. And his results stem back from 2015, but fairly sporadic, so can fairly safely assume that he's going to be some kind of recreational player. Jovanovic with a bit of pep in his step after getting that ace-jack 4-bet through. Opening it up with the 9-7 of Spade-a-roos. And Pitchler there. Launching in a call. And does flop really well on Jack 5 deuce 2 hearts. Jovanovic couldn't wait to get the C-bet in there. That was the quickest C-bet I think I've ever seen. Just a snap 200k and a call from Pitchler. And another check. And now Jovanovic actually does turn some equity, so I don't think it would be the best time to slow down, and does indeed fire another quick bet. Looks like about 450. Pitchler, 350, sorry. Pitchler with the gut shot, overcard, flush draw. Lots of clean equity here, and I think Jovanovic is going to have to bet the river here, arriving here with 9 high as the under the gun player. You've got loads of conceivable ace. No, that is criminal. How do you not bluff the 9 high there? You've got loads of ace high barrels, you know, all of the wheel gut shots that you arrive at the river with, some of the nut flush draws that make top pair on the river. Wow, lets his opponent win with king high after the double barrel there, just checking back the 9 high on the river. And I think a good example of someone that might just be rushing their decisions a little bit. You saw the pace of the c-bet, the pace of the second barrel, and then the pace of the check back. Just didn't even stop to think about, you know, what his range is looking like there, what sort of hands he's arriving there with, what his opponent has. And I believe that his opponent would get to the river with a lot of, you know, missed flush draws, a lot of one pair holdings that really can't hack the heat on the ace river. So just a great example of why you shouldn't sort of rush or rely on your impulses too much at the poker table, especially when you're playing for chunks of cash on a final table. So Pitchler here with the ace jack offsuit, just going to be defending the cutoff open. Could go for a 3-bet. It would be a hand that you'd have to 3-bet fold. And Jovanovic looks like he might be thirsty for some more blood after making somewhat of a mishap on the last hand. Yep, comes straight in. Another very quick action. Makes it 850k. And Pitchler here, if he joins the dots together, he might realise what's going on, but does just fairly quickly fold. So might be someone that is going to be relying a little bit too much on finding good hands as opposed to kind of sussing out what everyone else is up to. So stacks have evened up somewhat. Watcher with the overwhelming chip lead now, over 10 million chips, up to 12 million, 99 big blinds, and then you see that middling pack between 57 and 28 big. So no one really in the danger zone or looking likely to bust anytime soon, and just lots of playable stacks in the mix is what we want to see. That's definitely where the skill element of the game really comes into play. So Pitchler with the fold. Jovanovic, he's probably had enough for the last couple of hands, getting the heart rate going. Just electing to fold to 6-3 are reasonable. Motel 6-5 suited, guessing he's just going to fold. And Pitchler now with the pocket jacks. Goes for 250k. Or 245. He's going to be met with some resistance from Boy here in the big blind. 8-7 of spades, certainly not a hand that he's going to be looking to fold. Need to win the tournament. Yeah, he's playing a little bit tight. Wow, what a flop for Pitchler here. Top set, and he might even get at least one street of action from his opponent. He's gone for the same size again by the looks of things, which is about 40% pot. Boyer here, I think, not going to ever be considering folding with the middle pair. He's got some backdoor straight opportunities as well. And he's going to be hoping, well, not now because he's not going to know, but he's going to be hoping to avoid an 8 or a 7. Picks up the mug's end of the gut shot as well, but now things starting to get a bit dicey for the 8-7. Hands like Queen 10 filling up. Pocket 9s now also improving. Some 9x of diamonds. Just lots of hands that are going to barrel through as well. You know, King 10s pick up some equity there, Ace 10 as well. All of those hands likely going to be firing one more on the river, and 8-7 there. He's got still lots of stronger hands in his range. He's improving to straights sometimes. He's improving to 2 pairs. He's still got the strong flush draws in there. So, just electing to fold, and I think a pretty wise decision. Pitchler with the top set there, just getting that one through, and a nice little boost to his stack. And as you can see on the bottom of your screen, the festival, I've just been in Tallinn for the most recent one, and a great week of mid to high stakes cash games, the tournament schedule to suit all budgets, from a 55 low roller all the way up to the 1k open face Chinese, and also a 1k PLO event. So great schedule. They really jam-packed the schedule full of fun events, and it's basically a 24/7 festival. So definitely feeling a little bit tired after and jaded after all of the cash game action there, but very enjoyable. They're going to be coming to Slovakia in October, sorry. So looking forward to that once again. Schedule will be out. You can check that out on thefestival.com. Katowice on the button with the king blocker, just opening it up into Watcher, who has 10-6 offsuit. Yeah, facing the min raise here with, like I was talking about, that slightly more considerable big blind ante. Just a little bit more reason to defend and to not give up your big blinds so easily. Katowice not really flopping an awful lot, but does have the betting lead and the initiative. And I think that Watcher here in the position that he's in, he does have a gut shot, but it's quite a weak one, so it might be a hand that's slightly too weak to consider calling, but could be a good candidate for a check raise here. Doesn't need to go too big, lots of air in his opponent's range. But he's just going to call. Does improve to a pair of 6s on the turn. Still with that gut shot. An 8, a 10 or a 6 is going to be cards to improve him. And Katowice here doesn't really have a fantastic hand to barrel anymore. Just having basically no equity. His opponent is improving on the 6 sometimes, but does ping off the king out of absolutely nowhere. And pretty useful for him, as if he were to lose this pot, he would have half the stack of the chip leader, and now clawing some sort of deficit back. Definitely going to be finding a bet here. Lots of 9x, lots of 7x, even the 6-8s, the 6-5s, the 10-6s of the world, as Watcher has. To target as well, so plenty of worse one pair holdings that take this line. Watcher unlikely to check the super strong hands here. With 10-6 though, his hand is a bit too weak to call, but he does have some interaction to the Jack-10. And he may feel like this is a good spot to go for the check-raise bluff. He had the opportunity to check-raise on the flop, which would have worked, but facing this bet, his opponent having some hands like Ace-King, potentially, that would have to fold. Or at least deeply consider folding. Yeah, look at this. This is fantastic. Really high level standard of poker that we're seeing here. As he does go for it with the 10-6. And Katowice now has to consider what sort of hands that Watch is going to be likely to be bluffing here. And also having some realization that his hand looks quite capped as well, because it's quite likely that he would have fired through with a Jack-10 on the turn, just with Jack-High not having any showdown. Quite likely he would bet the turn with hands like King-Queen, King-King, and he does call, and a very quick call and an impressive one as well. Just considering his opponent to have a few too many like pair plus straight draw blocker type hands, and finding a really impressive call there and really giving himself a nice boost on this main event run. Jovanovic in the hijack, opening it up with the ace-5 off. And going to get the job done there. Motel getting the job done there, blind versus blind. And one of the issues when you start to exude some kind of demeanor that you're looking to ladder and not really looking to battle, as Pitchler has potentially done, is that people start to attack you even more. So your strategy of waiting it out and just hoping to find good cards in good spots becomes a little bit face up, and it can be difficult to maintain your stack or stay alive. Not sure what the confusion is here, as I can't hear the table audio, but boy, you're unhappy with something. I see what's happened is that Jovanovic has accidentally 3-bet to a min 3-bet. And boy, just needs to work out if this was on purpose or not. Would be a pretty harsh angle at this stage of a tournament to pretend to call and eventually accidentally put a min 3-bet in and then end up having aces or something like that. But Boyer with sub 20 big blinds. Can't take too many chances. Might be better off just ripping this one in. But it is a very unique spot and it does require some thought, of course. He elects to go for the 4-bet of 750. Which actually is quite a nice find, I think. It would take some sort of psychopath to 5-bet bluff that spot. And you save money if you do actually run into it. Absuchable, yeah, I agree that in your comment of this wanting to win the trophy mindset can put you in good stead, but there are just proven scenarios from things like ICM calculations that would dictate that in certain situations or with certain stack distributions and certain hands in certain situations, you are better off taking off the passive option just in order to increase the likelihood of making money jumps, which when you are sort of in the sort of medium or short stack with loads of larger ones and other guys shorter than you, it would be deemed to be shrewd to do that. So Watcher opening the hijack here, Motel in the cutoff, flatting the 8s, and Katowic in the big blind with ace-7 of diamonds. Watcher absolutely smashing the flop here. And he bets the 3rd pot. I don't think he's going to get a fold from Motel, who's got 8s with backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. And he does indeed continue for the 325k. That will see the end of the Polish player's involvement, and we're going to go heads up to a turn, which is the Queen of Diamonds. Not one of the more favourable ones for Watcher. But in some ways a bit of a brick. I don't think your opponent's going to float with a hand like Queen Jack of clubs here 3 ways, based on the tendencies we've seen so far. But still looking to elect some pot control out of position. Would be a disaster to, for example, get jammed on here. If your opponent could still be using that tank to consider whether to raise a hand like pocket 3s or pocket 6s on the flop that you're obviously in poor shape against. Rivering the king high flush now. And just a question of what size to go is not really inducing much by checking, apart from, you know, the odd hand like 9-8 suited. I'm not even sure if Motel flats that pre-flop with the way the stacks are and what we've seen from him so far. And we're actually just electing to go for the large kind of bomb sizing and just hoping to get a curious call out of this kind of hand, you know, 8s, pocket 9s, pocket 7s with the spade. Maybe even a worse 10x, you know, Jack 10, 10-9 suited. Actually looks like he really wants to call here. It's just trying to think about what would be betting the flop, checking the turn and then bombing the river. And if he's representing a flush, well, I've got the 8 of spades. That's going to take away a couple of them, right? Puts in the call. Chips didn't quite cross the line, so I was wondering if that was going to be some sort of angle there, but he does elect to call and just not believing his opponent so much. So Motel's chances of winning the tournament dealt a crushing blow there. Non-believer versus Watcher, who regains his dominating chip lead after bluffing some off to Katowice in a previous hand in the big blind versus button confrontation. So Wacho under the gun, ace-8, again with a significant chip advantage, so looking to keep piling on the pressure. Jovanovic here, 7-6 of spades. Certainly a hand that you can consider peeling at depth. Yeah, I like this decision from Katowice not to squeeze. He really doesn't want to invite a 4-bet here. He'd have to kind of 3-bet fold. He can also get a situation like the big blind squeeze jamming a worse pair, and then he can call last to act. So Katowice checking the flop. Watcher here with the ace, no diamond in his hand, 3 ways. He's going to see like a lot more passive activity from his opponents, who are going to have more hands like ace-jack and ace-queen than normal. But does go for a small size and gets a continue from Jovanovic here, who flops middle pair with the backdoor flush draw. Katowic nines with the backdoor diamond draw. Once he sees that peel from Jovanovic on the button, who's going to have, I think, a lot of ace-x, a lot of flush draws, a lot of hands that nines isn't doing so great against. Yeah, just electing to let that one go. I think that's a smart fold. Can also have the beauty of allowing some collision between the other two opponents, which is only a thing that makes you money on the final table. When two people collide, your EV is going up with the more chips that go into the pot. Seeing a check-check on the turn. And this is why Wacho, I think, might have been slightly better off checking the flop. Gives himself some balance if he's betting all of his ace-x here. Not going to have much to protect in that checking range. And now Jovanovic going for an audacious bluff. 450k. It's definitely not a value bet. Just now trying to represent the flush, and I'm not sure to get his opponent to fold what exactly. That's bet three ways on the flop. I don't think he's going to be betting hands like pocket tens or pocket jacks. Would usually just be checking, especially as it wasn't a heads up pot on the flop. So wow, and does get Wacho to fold the best hands, so rather creative play there. Trying to target the ace-x with no diamond, or maybe just some random hands that he might have stabbed the flop with, like king-queen with the backdoor, things like that. And a well-timed play gets the job done. In fairness to Wacho there, difficult to think of a bluff that Jovanovic could have there, as most people aren't turning pairs into a bluff, so very creative find. So wire phone's not allowed on the table, and yeah, basically what you said there, it's to respect the integrity of the game, and also so it doesn't become about people just staring at their phone and, you know, not interacting and using all of the information against their opponents all of the time. Obviously at the break, if people have people watching and, you know, are going to be reporting whole cards, that's fair enough, but the fact of the matter is it's largely seen to be more beneficial just to cut the phones off and allow the game to sort of play out naturally. So a bit of a cooler flop here, as we've got Wacho with the Jack 10 of diamonds, 2 overcards, backdoor flush draw, open ender, versus Jovanovic with ace 9 and the ace of clubs. So big collision likely here. Wow, what a turn card for Jovanovic. Improving to top 2. Definitely going to be a card that he's just going to be firing with a lot of his range anyway, and does indeed continue for 400k. Quite a quick player, as I was mentioning earlier. Looking to fire, and Wacho this time on the ace. Can't really justify a call there just for the bare open ender out of position. A spot where he's likely to just bleed chips quite a lot of the time, and he's not looking to surrender his chip lead so easily. So instead of calling there, just allowing his opponent to have it, because it's also one of those situations where you're maybe improved to a jack or a 10 and still face like a fairly sizable bet on the river, so only really looking for the open end of that. So nothing playable for the field so far. So Watcher with 6 deuce off in the small blind may elect to go for a cheeky steal here. Hand isn't having an awful lot of playability, but he's facing an opponent that's seemingly on the tighter side, a little bit more face up. Queen jack off, not going to be a hand that he's going to surrender so easily. So we're going to be off to a flop, I would imagine. Yep, does elect to call. And a pretty poor flop for Watcher here, just no equity whatsoever, not even a backdoor flush draw. And an opponent who is fairly tight is going to hit this board quite hard with a lot of their continues. Lots of suited king X, jack 10s, queen jacks, queen 10s, suited queen X, spades, 9x, gut shots, all sorts to consider there. So a wise check fold, I would say. Boyer opening it up in the cutoff. A rare open from him, as you know, he's got big stacks surrounding him, so doesn't really get the chance to VPip that often. Motel with the pocket nines here on the button. Probably going to see some sort of continue from Jovanovic. Oh no, he does elect to fold the king deuce of diamonds. Maybe an adjustment to suggest that he believes that his opponent's a bit too tight there and doesn't see much value in continuing out of position versus someone who is playing so snug. Watcher here with the Queen 4 of diamonds and the hijack. Certainly a candidate to be opening with such a good chip lead. Over to Katowicz in the big blind, King 4 of clubs. Don't think we're going to be seeing him go anywhere, that's for sure. Why is Pitchler so annoyed? Not entirely sure, you know. Quite a natural c-bet for Watcher. Gut shot, a backdoor flush draw, ace high board as well. Should be pretty reasonable for him. Katowicz electing to fast play his equity here. Flopping an absolute monster gut shot plus the nut flush draw. Looking for a 5 or a club. And also taking the chance to gain some fold equity with the check raise as well. You can occasionally fold out hands like King Queen, King Jack, King 10 with one club that have good equity. And wow, 6 of diamonds on the turn. Both players having a combo draw now. So we're not going to see any folds from either of these two on the turn. And if Katowicz goes for the big sizing here, considering that he's going to... Well, I think both players are going to have 5-4 suited in this spot. I think Watcher would open that with the lineup behind. And Katowicz would obviously defend. I don't think Katowicz would defend 5-4 offsuit out of position. So there's not much of an advantage in terms of straights between both players. And on the turn, Katowicz electing to go for quite a small size, I would say. Sort of 40% pot, some sort of middling thing. He's not really committed himself so much. And Watcher's going to call one more, and if the board bricks, Watcher's going to have a great opportunity to open up the bank and steal this pot. But it is the Queen of clubs, and wow, how relieved will Katowicz be here to see that card roll off, giving him the indestructible nuts. And it's just a question of how much now, and it's even an interesting card in the fact that it improves Watcher to a rivered pair. So maybe some hands like 7-5 of diamonds that Katowicz could have. But Watcher here kind of blocking most of the bluffs with that 4 of diamonds. That's a lot of like gut shot with a backdoor flush draw type holdings that his opponent could have eliminated straight away. So much more likely that they're holding 4-5 clubs, 2 pairs. And yeah, pretty quick fold from Watcher, and Katowicz is going to take it down, and it looks like we're going to go for a short break. We'll be with you very shortly. Thanks for tuning in to the final table coverage of the Slovak Series of Poker main event. We'll be back just in a bit. Bye-bye. And welcome back after the break. Still 6 remaining here. And blinds moving up to 80, 160k. So pretty significant jump. And as you can see, the chip leaders now, who were sort of settling in that 100 big blind range, now 65 for Katowice, 54 for Wacha, Jovanovic 44, and then Pichler, Motel and Boyer heading up the list. Propping up the list, I should say. So, tournament director Zuzmik there, just relaying some of the information for the final table players, and we're going to get the cards in the air and get back on track, shall we? Jovanovic on the button, King 7 of diamonds, King 6 of diamonds, easy open really. Much more than would be required to open the spot. 325 to go, or 350. Yeah, 350 by the looks of it. Jack 5 suited for Katowice. Must be considering it's a very aggressive small blind 3 bet here. Does. Looks like he's made it about 1 million. Just under 3x. Boyer out of the way with 2 diamonds on the button. And Jovanovic. It's one of those hands that doesn't feel quite strong enough to call. So kind of forces you into 4-bet or fold. I think versus an extremely aggressive small blind, you could consider appeal. Hand is playing quite well in position. The price isn't so bad considering the big blind ante as well. But just electing to get rid of it there, not wanting to have any kind of collision with the chip leader. Who comes through with another extremely aggressive play and gets the job done this time. So Pichler in the hijack, opening it up with the ace-3 of spades, running into the ace-queen suited of Boyer. And just going to be a quick fold, I believe. Nothing really to think about, just more lamenting the fact that his raise didn't get through, as opposed to anything else. And does indeed sail through, so nice pickup there for Boyer, who came in really short for the final table. I believe the shortest of the 8. now is trebled his stack in terms of chips, I believe. Came in with about 1.1 million, must be looking at about a 3 million stack around about now. And he's made some solid progress, getting himself up in the pack and giving himself a fighting chance of securing the €55,000 top prize alongside the Long Irons watch and of course the Slovak Series of Poker main event Champions Trophy. So Jovanovic in the hijack, ace-9 of clubs. He's going to make it. Yeah, I know. This is what I did the other day, actually. It's quite easy to brain fart on these sizings sometimes. When you're so in the zone and there's like a big blind level jump from 6120 to 8160. But regardless, he makes it 320. And interesting to see what's going to happen here with Katowice, who has had such an aggressive image on this table, and it pays off big time when he actually makes a premium starting holding. So he makes it 900. On the FT, the smaller sizings, especially in position, are just having just as much efficiency. So, you know, some people, something like a 2.5 to 2.75 in position when you cover someone, or a 3 to 3.75 out of position. You're going to find much more common on a final table, where someone who has an advantage in terms of the stack doesn't need to put as many chips in an aggressive fashion in order to achieve the same thing that you'd see in the early to middle stages of the tournament, because your opponent is going to be so much more likely to find folds. And Jovanovic here mulling over his options, and based on how aggressive this dynamic has been, I wouldn't be surprised to see him go in for the 4-bet here. And yeah, he's done exactly that. He makes it 1.7 million. So just kind of clicking it back. And Katowice isn't going to mess around. He knows his opponent may be capable of finding a 4-bet bluff. And he's just going to rip it in. And even the 28% equity that he'd be facing from a hand like this, you know, a suited ace can have up to, you know, early 30% against him. But he does elect to just call. He's going to pay plus flop. I'm surprised by that. I assumed that he just jammed there. Wow, what a flop for Jovanovic. Flopping top pair is a monotone board though, so it's going to be quite tricky, but not really either player having that many flushes. The odd nut suit type of hand for sure. Jovanovic decides to just jam the flop. He doesn't want to see any more cards. Just thinking, right, my hand needs protection, I'm going to go for it. And a bit of a silly size, I would say. It's your opponent's only offsuit hands or one suit hands. Your opponent's only one suited hands are like the pairs, tens and jacks. I think would peel the 4-bet, and so Those hands are actually in a pretty tough spot, to be fair. Tens and jacks, no heart there. I'm not sure what he'd do versus the 1.5x jam. Such a unique situation to find someone just jamming it in like that on a final table. And an unlucky spot for Katowic there, who loses a massive portion of his stack, which will be exactly what Rafael Wacha was looking for. One of his biggest rivals now receiving somewhat of a crippling from Jovanovic, and Jovanovic up to 9 million, Katowic now 9 million. And Wacha with the 8 million. Pocket 8s here. I think the standard play is just a peel. Got position guaranteed for the rest of the hand. And both players behind have been certainly on the tighter side, so you're not going to expect to see too many squeezes that often. Katowic flopping best and checking out of position, but wow, look at this for a turn card. Wacha catching up with the 8 on the turn, and Katowic now going for the delayed bet. 350 by the looks of it, third pot out of position. Think we're going to see Wacha raise this one. Only losing to a 10-9 suited, but does elect to just peel, play a river in position. And there is a 5, which is going to be a great sight for him, as he realises that he only really loses now to pocket jacks. And Katowic looks like he's going to go for a smallish sizing just to try and target hands like an 8, 9-8 suited, 10-8 suited if his opponent is flatting that, maybe hands like Ace-7. Yep, buddy, that really is 8's full in a huge spot. And after the dynamic that these players had earlier, where Wacha raised the river with a pair of plus straight blocker, exactly the same size as this, getting a bit of deja vu just seeing it myself. So somewhat of a leveling game as well coming into play, and Katowic just snapping it off once again. Bit of a station. Not believing it whatsoever, and that is a huge swing on this final table now. Rafael Wacha from Austria taking the commanding chip lead once again. These two have been battling back and forth, and Wacha making the goods. Was representing a pretty thin range there, and his opponent may have thought that, hey, he would have raised me with a lot of the value he's representing now on the turn, or bet at some point, so gonna have to look him up and look at those VPIPs. As you can see, Wacha, Katowic and Jovanovic just playing the majority of the pots and letting the other three guys be forced to kind of fold their way in for the ladders and the pay jumps. Kotovic straight back in the mix. And probably going to be met with some kind of resistance from Jovanovic here, who does cover him. Jack 10, playable hand. And especially getting this rather tasty price. Should be coming in for a call, and he does defend the big blind. Queen 7-4, 2 hearts. Seems quite a board that is a fairly natural c-bet from the under the gun player. Lots of strong hands in range. Lots of strong queen X, flush draws, over pairs, jacks, 10s, 9s. These kind of hands all performing really well on Queen 7-4 two-tone. And yeah, just gets the bet through there. No real backdoor equity for Jovanovic to be working with. So Boya ace 10, it's going to be more than enough to open it up. Doesn't look completely comfortable though. Oh, there we go. And Kotovic here with the Queen 10. Likely to see... Oh, he just folds. Just believes that he's going to be a little bit too dominated. This player too tight. And just elects to not want to bleed chips out of position as now a medium stack. So Wacho with the big chip lead, Jack 10 off, opening it up under the gun. Couple of folds. And ace 8 for Boya. What's he going to do here? Is he considering a big blind 3-bet? I don't think he's the... Wow, he just folds. So yeah, pretty tight stuff going on here, but a lot of credit being given to these under-the-gun raisers. I think not completing the ace, though, is a little bit on the... just too tight for me. Especially versus the chip leader, who's going to be way wider than just, you know, like the strong ace-x, the strong pairs and the strong Broadway cards. That's going to be more of like a shorter stacks range. So ace-8 actually could be doing pretty well there versus even some hands as wide as like jack-8, queen-8 suited are going to be in there. King-8. Worse ace-X, of course. And then lots of hands that don't have any interactivity with the ace or the 8 that you're doing just fine against getting the price. Ivanovic all of a sudden coming out with a bit of a size up instead of the usual sort of min plus. Coming in for sort of a 2.6x open here. And Watcher, I think, versus the size up has no choice but to let it go. He does call though. And the c-bet getting through from Jovanovic. Jovanovic opening it up with the pocket tens to 325. So it looks like he may have changed his opening strategy a little bit to go sizing up into the chip leader to try and kind of dissuade the chip leader from playing pots against him. And a fairly trivial c-bet here. Lots of hands that can continue, the likes of 7-6, 7-8, flush draws, 4x, 6s, 7s, 8s. Boya, one of the Austrian contingent in the cutoff with King Queen of Diamonds, 20 big blinds effective. Makes it 325 to go. on Watcher here. With a pretty decent hand candidate to find some aggression with. If he were to make it, let's say, 775, it doesn't commit him versus the stack, but it puts a lot of pressure on. He just goes for the peel. It's kind of like a pre-flop float, I would say. He's got two fairly passive players behind. He can take advantage of being in position and navigate post-flop with ease and sort of pounce upon his opponent's passivity or likely passivity out of position. So Pitchler flops a gut shot, Watcher with the middle pair, and Boyer completely swinging and missing on this one. And I think Watcher could find a small size here. His 5 needs a lot of protection. There's a lot of overcards that could come. He gets to charge some draws as well. Queen on the turn would have been a nice card for Watcher. Oh, sorry, for Boyer, but wasn't to be. And the queen on the river. Pitchler now, with that missed gut shot, is going to need to fire something. He can't just check down the 8 high. And let's see if Watcher can figure this one out. You know, lots of hands that miss now. 6-7, 8-7, 8-6, 6-4. Is he going to value bet a 9 like this? Potentially. Is he going to play flush draws like this? Yeah, of course. So just wondering if there's enough in the bluffs to value ratio, you'd call it. You know, trying to think of what the bluffs are, how many of them are there, how many bits of value are, what price am I getting? And he does indeed find the call here. Great awareness from Watcher there, because even some of the players that weren't coming up with these bluffs so often are going to have to fight at some point, and are going to have to have a stab at the pot when they do arrive at the river with such a weak hand. Boyer on his right, giving him the story as if to say, I had the king-queen there. You scoundrel, why'd you have to bet the flop? I would have improved. And a wry smile from Watcher, whose chip count and hammerlock on this final table is only seeming to both increase at the same time. Not getting to the stage where he's looking to see it out, but certainly in that building phase. And he's been definitely a tough opponent so far. Boyer with the ace-5 off in the hijack. I think he's probably just going to let that one go off the short stack. A little bit too weak, especially with the chip leader on your direct left, who you know to be pretty capable. So what do we got here? Pitchler with the gut shot and Jovanovic with a pair. Pitchler just going to check call. Doesn't want to get raised off of his hand. And Jovanovic likely just to take the 5 to showdown here. No real reason to bet on the 4-liner straight. Does elect to bet though, and quite a spicy player, this Jovanovic. He does a lot of things that are quite counterintuitive, but make a lot of sense. Just believes his opponent may have improved to a slightly better one-pair hand, and doesn't want to give him the chance to show it down for free. Just going to turn his hand into a bluff, and also believes that you can't really lose much from that bet because his opponent probably would have shown up by now if he had some kind of stronger hand. So, Jack 8 suited for Watcher. Certainly will be opening that one. Motel getting out the way. Pitchler once again. Not interested. Jovanovic going to be folding the small. And Katowic with the King 8. Folded the Queen 10 in a similar spot earlier. And yeah, just not looking to get involved with these like dicey offsuit hands out of position versus someone that is having a free rein to continue the aggression on later streets, and certainly starting out with a very heavy c-betting strategy on the flop. So a nice leave from him, and just a good show of awareness of the sort of dynamics of the final table. He'll quite fancy himself as one of the stronger players as well, so he'll think to find better spots elsewhere to, you know, maybe bully some of the other players on the table instead of tangling with the chip leader and potentially causing himself yet more of a headache, as he's definitely come out on the wrong end of some of these confrontations so far. Watcher, 7 deuce of hearts. There's pushing the envelope, and then there's opening 7 deuce. So yeah, it does make a discipline lay down there, and Jovanovic gets the green light to steal the blinds. And as you can see there, the final table developing in the sense of there's starting to become some disparity between the stacks. Watcher and Jovanovic there moving up into the top 2. Katowic has had an unfortunate run in some sense, but he's been fighting for every pot, and you're going to have to assume that you're going to come ups and downs, and it's not going to be a steady ascent to the last 3 or 4 players. So he's here and he's prepared to battle, and I'm sure that we'll be seeing him involved in a lot of significant pots going forward. Boya Ace-7 versus the button open here. Small thing to note that the button's opening into the chip leader, but I don't think that's going to make it like massively tight. Still going to be opening a pretty wide range. Watcher electing to defend the king deuce off. One of the benefits of that is that he knows that his opponent isn't going to like completely go mad versus him post flop. It's going to be very selective in terms of his aggression, and that means that Watcher will just be able to realize a lot of his equity here, even with a hand as weak as king deuce. And on the 6, he can elect to lead here sometimes. He's going to have a bit of an advantage in terms of the 6x. His opponent maybe not always betting a 6 and not opening as many as he's defending. But Katowicz here with the gut shot can still represent a strong king. It's going to go for another one. I don't think it's going to work. And Katowicz just giving up on the river, waving the white flag, not electing to go for the triple barrel. May have elected to if you didn't see the 6, but the 6 is a card that's still fairly prevalent in his opponent's range and not really so much of a factor in his. David Sepon says Katowicz is beast. Yeah, he's playing great. Nice and aggressive. He's not really had the best run of it, I would say, but with his style, he's always going to give himself chances to win tournaments like this. Watcher with the 14 million now. Just even more of a chip lead than previously. Is he going to go for like a blind versus blind raise here? Little 2.75x just to apply pressure. Yeah, just moving all in for about 13, 14 big blinds effective. Motel gets rid of it. Don't get to see what he had. Would have been interesting if it was close at all. So it'd be interesting to see the next hour or so, Watcher, if he can continue to just dominate the table and assert his chip lead onto the other players. Ace-Jack suited here. The issue is, like, this hand is strong enough to induce, as in, like, induce your opponents to shove. But with these two players in particular, they're just not going to find jams with anywhere near as wide as they should be, so it can make it quite tricky. But regardless, the hand is just an absolute premium from the button. And one that you want to go post-flop with in position. Sort of board that you'll probably see him elect for a 160 to 200k sizing. Yeah, 200k, doesn't really need to bet more than 1.34ish big blinds. Just going to get the job done so often there. It's not against the type of opponent that's going to attack the smaller sizing or you know, find thinner continues for the smaller size. Just going to be kind of a fit or fold type of opponent and allow you to do what you want there. And so in that case, it's quite natural to assume that the smaller sizing is going to be the more efficient one. Right, and what have we got here? Katowicz opening the Queen 10 off under the gun. Motel with the pocket fives, who's, I don't think he would have been taking spots like this earlier on in the FT, but deciding to put his foot down now, and enough is enough. And he does indeed sell that one through. Smooth sailing for Watcher so far, especially coming back from the break. He's just catapulted his stack in the right direction, and he won't even mind seeing Motel, for example, get the jam through there. It just kind of evens up his opponent's stacks nicely, so that, you know, the more even that they get and the more of a lead that he gets, just puts way more pressure on them to try and realize those pay jump ladders. Katowicz might be thinking of a big blind 3-bet here. His hand is like not so playable post flop, but does have decent qualities for removal of the stronger hands in his opponent's range. With the theory being these hands like ace deuce, ace 3, ace 6 offsuit in particular just play so poorly. So let's see how he reacts to this. Does make it 1 million. As it's quite a polarized action in itself, doesn't need to go that big because it just looks so strong. Not many hands that you're incentivized to do this with for value, really. And only a couple of bluffs that you can really think of. But again, do people find those bluffs? That's another one of the questions. I think that from what we've seen from him so far, it's evident that he is one of those. And a pretty tough spot to find bluffs there, so well done to him. Very strong play. Motel in the hijack with Ace King at the 160k big blind. Yeah, just electing to rip it in. I think that's okay. I don't think it's like particularly like a great play or anything, but it's certainly better than, well, limping or folding, that's for sure. Maybe because he realizes he's been so tight that his opponent's not really going to attack his open anyway with much. Better off just to rip it in and take down the blinds and antes. $10-9 for Katowice on the button. Gonna be opening it up. 10-9 suited for Boyer here. Who doesn't even think of the rejam, just elects to fold. He's now getting into this kind of precarious situation with the two other short stacks, Motel and Pitchler. So goes to show from what I said earlier about the passivity and, you know, not really doing much on the FT, and all of a sudden you can easily find yourself in this situation with like 10 to 15 big blinds and now just relying on picking up good cards to jam with. Katowice now with the pocket sevens from the cutoff. Certainly an open. And watcher with one of these hands that you can 3-bet or fold. It's not really strong enough to peel. May want to avoid these sort of collisions versus Katowice here out of position, just because he knows how fearless the Polish opponent is. folding round once again. Watcher on the button, Jack 5 of diamonds. Yeah, I don't think he's going to shy away from that one into the 2 shorties even. Can still just comfortably raise fold. Doesn't need to raise call and kind of potentially jeopardize his position on the table. Here with the backdoor diamonds and the backdoor straight draw. Should see another quick c-bet, and yeah, Pitchler just not connecting at all with the flops, and just playing very quickly. Looks very frustrated. Doesn't seem like his head's really super focused and in the game at the moment. They're back in his chair and just hoping for things to happen as opposed to making them happen. Watcher can certainly push the boat out with the opens, but the offsuit trash he would still find a fold with. Alen Jovanovic, brutal for him. Everyone folds and he's got the 2 jacks in the big blind. Boyer did indeed fold a 9-8 suited as well, just wasn't looking to tangle when Pitchler's over there so short, so seems like it could be a waiting game between the short stacks on when Pitchler is going to surrender, or when he's going to put the chips in. Motel here in the cutoff. Opening it up to 330 with his ace-6 of spades. And quick folds from Jovanovic and Kotovic. Information there on the bottom of your screen of the France Benelux Masters, €110 prize pool. Buy-in with 150k guaranteed prize pool. Also coming up next week, another event, €175 Greek Masters with 150k prize pool as well. So Banco Casino here, continuing to pump out the good value tournaments with the high guarantees, and we'll be hoping to see you all there. I believe that there might be a couple of other events this week as well. Yeah, there's a high roller championship with a 30k guaranteed, so a 60 player guaranteed high roller event. That's on the 8th. I'll be seeing you there for that one on Friday night. And the standard multiple day ones entries for the Greek Poker Champions event. Even the PLO Masters on the Saturday, €100 tournament. And €100 bounty tournament as well. The day 2 will be on Sunday, with the final day coming up next Monday from 4 o'clock onwards. So looking forward to seeing you there for that one. So Katowice flatting the open with pocket tens. Wants to induce the short stack to jam behind. Maybe also inducing the chip leader in the big blind to come in for a squeeze, and he would certainly be going for the back jam. But also doesn't want to get into a flip unnecessarily when he's now covered by the cutoff and the big blind in his hand. And Pitchler has just sat there so short, essentially waiting to see his fate. Watcher here with the Queen 10 of diamonds. Not really the sort of hand that you'd be using as a squeeze. You'd rather have something with a bit better interaction to the top hands, like an 8 or a king at least. And yeah, the hand's just so playable multi-way, you may as well flick one in. Everyone blocking each other, but Katowice with the best hand. Pocket 10s. 325 from Jovanovic, around about a quarter pot. Should be seeing a fairly comfortable continue from Katowice. And no, Watcher just getting out of the way. Oh, that's a brutal turn card, and things have just been going from bad to worse for Katowice here, as he's not been getting much momentum whatsoever. Just things not really going his way, losing a lot of these small medium pots, and they add up very fast on a final table where every pot matters. Just makes him further and further away, and also makes him kind of caged in the sense that he can't really do much now. He's just got to kind of wait out the other short stacks. But Jovanovic finding a pretty tricky check here with the on turn ace. And the queen on the river just adds salt into the wound. Jovanovic now improving to top 2 pair. And Solixex says, Watcher by miles the best player on the F2, crushing it, super impressed by his game. Yeah, he's doing very well. I would say that he's definitely a competent player, and wow, just paying it off again. He has stationed down a couple of situations where his opponents really can't really be bluffing with that much. Ace high turn, queen on the river. What does he think he's bluffing with there? Maybe turning like a king jack or a king 10 into a bluff? Is he going to randomly fire a hand like 8-7 on the flop 3 ways and then get to the river and decide to bluff it? Who knows? So still 6 remain, but the stacks certainly dwindling, and especially for Pitchler here, who is in the big blind ante next hand, and all he can find is Queen 8 off at a really crucial stage. Was I'm imagining really hoping to find slightly better than that to work with. Ivanovic here, it's a pretty out of line open, but he does have the other chip leader in Watcha in the small blind, so he might feel like he can get away with opening a bit wider. And Motel just getting out of the way. He knows that Pitchler's in the big blind the next hand. But however, Pitchler's fate will be having to wait, as he's going to be now in the 200k big blind plus ante, and the tournament staff here just taking some time to chip up, as we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you in, I imagine, around 10 to 15 minutes. Bye bye. And welcome back for continued SSOP main event coverage. As we are moving up to the 100k, 200k blind level, and things are starting to get quite serious for the three short stacks there. Boyer, Motel and Pitchler really in the danger zone now, and so long as Watcher continues to dominate along with Jovanovic, who's carved his way into a clear second, it's going to be quite tricky for these short stacks to keep up with the pace unless they do something about it. Special shout out to Don. Thanks for your positive comments. Really appreciate you stopping by. Just waiting for Katowic, the Polish player, to get back to the table so that we can continue. And here's the breakdown of the chips. Pitchler now only sat with 5 big blinds and about to play the big blind ante as well. Boyer 8 bigs, Motel on 19, Katowic 23, Jovanovic 59, and your chip leader Rafael Watcher, who has impressed so far and carved his way into surely securing at least a top 3 spot unless things go drastically wrong from here. Quick reminder of the payouts. All of the 6 players remaining have guaranteed, as you can see here, 10.7k, 13.7 for 5th, 17.2, 22.2, 37.7, and the top prize 55.2k, plus a lucrative Seiko watch and the coveted trophy, marking the champion of the Slovak Series of Poker main event. Welcome all back for what will be the business end now, as the blinds are starting to increase and some of the shorties are going to be forced into making a stand, or else they're just going to blind themselves away. As we've seen with Pitchler, the Austrian, he really needs something to go his way over the next orbit or so, else he's going to be really struggling to keep up with the pace. And cards in the air. And back we go. So Boyer here in the cutoff with 8.5 blinds. And I think that's actually a really smart fold. He just wants to allow the chip leader now to tangle with the other short stacks, as opposed to a nightmare situation where he were to jam and get called by either the button or the small blind. Both covering him, Motel and Watcher. And wow, what a result for Pitchler, who's got 7-3 and manages to find a walk there. That's about as good as it gets off the short stack. He's delighted with the slam of the table there. And that does his hopes of staying alive a lot, as he's now able to afford at least another round before he's going to get forced in again in the same situation. So Watcher in the cutoff, opening it up to 400k and just sliding that one through, increasing his chip lead back up to 15 million, 75 big blinds. He'll be delighted with the way that the final table's gone so far. Made some big hands and also asserted his chip lead quite well. And again, another playable hand for the chip leader. Doesn't need much to open or justify an open in this spot, but ace-10, more than enough to pop it up. Motel with a 9-8 suited. He's kind of caged now as 4th out of 6th. 4th out of 6 with 2 much shorter stacks. Over to Katowice in the big blind here. 22 big blinds. And he's going to push. And that one's just going to get through, I believe. Ace-10. I don't think he's going to find a raise call here. It's just so difficult. It's so destructive to his stack if he does indeed get it in behind and lose here. Be back to 10 million. Katowice would then be on 10 million with Ivanovic also at that kind of stack level. And it's a shame that the RFDI scanner isn't picking up what Katowice has got here, because it would be interesting to see how tight he's jamming. And it's one of those ones where it's a bit of a leveling war, because yes, you'd imagine that he's going to be fairly tight here, but also at the same time he's, you know, jamming into a stack that won't really want to raise call that wide, so we'll make some pretty tight folds. And ace-10 there, just electing to get out the way. Information at the bottom of the screen there for the 30th anniversary Banco Casino Masters, the flagship event here at the Banco Casino. €170 buy-in with a mammoth 250k guarantee, and the big guarantee, almost weekly events now here in Bratislava continue to motor on forward. So get yourself down there between the 1st and the 8th of August. If you're interested in playing cash games, 6 hours per day gets you a free hotel, and you'll be able to come down for a week full of poker action and have a go at the tournament as well. And who knows, you could find yourself on a big feature final table just like these 6 players playing for big money, €55,000 for the winner. So Pitchler, he decides to commit himself with the pocket 4s. Unfortunately for him, Boyer has folded a 4, and Katowice waking up with the pocket jacks, so a huge equity advantage for the Polish player. And the Austrian on his feet, standing behind the chair and just praying for the last 4 in the deck, as his spades and diamonds are also dominated, so he's going to need some sort of straight or a 4 to continue his run here at the SSOP main event. But it's a jack in the window. Hang on though. 5-3. Some backdoor straight draw opportunities. Looking for a 6, a deuce, an ace, or a 7 to at least have a chance of sticking around. Any card 8 or above, and there is the 7, always a sweat, so a 6 needed now, 4 clean outs, and almost exactly the same equity as he was holding pre-flop going into the river. So a 6 and a 6 only for Pitchler. And I'm sure that the chip leader Watcher will be looking on interestingly as he would like everyone else to be short and kind of segregated around the same stack depth, so he can continue to abuse that dynamic. But Katowic secures the knockout, and we finally move to 5 players after that 6-handed battle lasting a good 2 hours there. 13,700 now locked up for every player remaining. A very meaty cash for just a €250 buy-in. And Katowic there, who we've seen with the very high aggression frequency, 43%, hasn't been afraid to battle and has been rewarded with the knockout for his efforts. Straight back in the mix on the button, just folding the queen deuce. And blind v blind, Boyer, ace 8. Can't ask for much more than that for his last 6 big blinds, and decides to hide behind his hoodie. Doesn't want to give any reads away on the 6 big blind jam. And pocket 4s for Watcher, so we are going to see a shove and a call here. And it could be back-to-back eliminations unless Boyer can find an ace or an 8, or some kind of double board pair. Thick and fast action after the blind level increase coming back from the break. And it's now Boyer in seat 3 who's stood up, fearing for his tournament life. Sweating that run out. The suspense of the dealer as we wait to announce the Austrian's fate here. Ooh, 5, 9, 3. No help. Still the ace or the 8 required, and 2 of those would indeed give a backdoor flush draw to Watcher, but just the ace or the 8 required now. Get back up to 2.7 million, 13.5 big blinds. Gonna need an ace or an 8 on the river to stay alive, but it's the queen, and unfortunately we see the end of the Austrian bowing out in 5th place, 13.7k. And a good run. Came in shortest of the final 8. And to be fair, did a pretty good innings, did a pretty good job to manage to outlast 3 other players, which in turn earned him an extra €8,000. He'll be happy with that, I'm sure. So, here we go. Business end now, 4 left. And all to play for. Watcher with the 81 big blinds after that knockout. Jovanovic, he's still sniffing around in there on 57 bigs. Katowic 33, and Motel, who's been fairly quiet but just managed to duck and dive his way to the final 4. He's locked himself up 17.2k now. Jovanovic, 7-6 of hearts. Opens it up to 425k. Yet another great spot for him, as he's got the chip leader in the small blind. Motel, Jack 9 off in the big. Now it's 4-handed. You got to start battling now. Can't just keep waiting for the short stacks to bust, because what do you know, there aren't any left. So nowhere to hide anymore. And pair versus pair on the flop, with the advantage to Motel, of course, with the better pair and the backdoor flush draw. I think Jovanovic, yeah, you can do a number of things. Checking back is an option. Betting to try and deny some equity also. You can still get value from hands like Queen Jack, Jack 10, Queen 10, 7, 8, although that now made a straight. And now electing to go to the double barrel, turning his hand into a bluff. We've seen a lot of this from Jovanovic. He's played quite unorthodox in the sense that he's not afraid to turn like a 1 pair or a kind of a weak showdown into a multi-street bluff, or into finding continued aggression. And Motel just doesn't look comfortable at all, and does fold the best hands. So another great job there from the Austrian, Daniel Jovanovic, finding a creative double barrel there to force his opponent out and continue to rise up the chips into a clear second place. Motel there, your player on the far right, had a recent 11th place in the Banco Casino Masters in April, which was won by Andras Matrai. So it came fairly close, but no cigar there. And Katowic under the gun, opening it up, 400k to go, is met by some resistance in the form of Jovanovic's Jack 10 suited and 50-50 pre-flop, as you can see. But wow, great flop for Katowic here. Decent for his range, as he's going to have a lot of these like aces, jacks, ace-jack suited that his opponent might not have. But finds himself with bottom set, and his opponent is not going to be going anywhere here. Middle pair with the backdoor flush draw. Going to be a comfortable call. Plenty of hands that we're doing well against. Some no equity hands, like the old, the likes of the King 9 maybe, that would see bet. Just trying to assert the pressure on the ace-high board. Things getting a bit tricky for the Jack 10 now, as it doesn't improve with any kind of additional equity, and indeed the check mark going to the pole. Hans Malwarf with some Austrian lovin' for his compatriot Jovanovic, but in a tricky spot now. The problem is with the Jack 10 now is that the 10 side card double blocking double barrels on both sides, you know, like a 10-9, a 10-8, a King 10, a Queen 10. All of these kind of hands might be going for the second barrel, but he does find a fairly stubborn turn call there. Don't blame him. Unblocking hearts at least. Still plenty of potential bluffs in your opponent's range. And the only hand that really improves on the river would be 9-8, which flopped a gut shot, turned a double gutter, and then drilled it. But Katowic still with those pocket sevens, going to be loving life here. Just thinking, how much can I extract? And he's probably going to assume that his opponent's just going to be left with so much ace-x here, and some of those ace-x have improved to ace-5, ace-6. He's probably going to be resigned to the fact that the jack-x is unlikely to call down, but targeting top pairs, targeting two pairs, and maybe even a stubborn hand like Jack 9 or Jack 8 that may find a hero call. Jovanovic just mulling it over, trying to think, is there enough bluffs that my opponent's going to end up having here for me to justify this call? Such a big swing in chips. If he is to call and get it wrong, he would move down to 7.8 million, and his opponent would be up to 12 million. Manages to find the fold, and it was the correct one at this stage. Gives him a little fist bump after, as if to say, if you got me there, then fair play to you, but didn't quite have the hand to consider a call. already on the turn it was getting a bit dicey, and by the river it's more of a formality rather than anything else. Can't really justify a call there with the Jack-10. And so on we go to the next one. Watcher with Jack-9 off. In the cut-off he's got the chip lead and fairly playable hand, so just going to be opening it up. Motel is just going to rip it in with the ace-9. A nice take versus an aggressive chip leader for sure. Most aces here going to be decent enough to go with. And wow, Katowic, what a time. Talk about momentum. He was down to 4.5 million only a few orbits ago. Won a few juicy pots and now all of a sudden finding kings in the dream spot. Just feigning a little bit of discomfort, sorry. Looking for some kind of chance to get the call from Watcher as well. But I believe the only choice here is to push. He does call, hoping to invite some strong hands behind along. I don't really think he has much of like a cool fold range there, though. I think with a hand like pocket eights, with the ICM, he may even just fold, so could be deemed as a little bit suspicious when he just finds the cold call there. Looks extremely strong. A 9 high flop gives some extra outs for Motel, who picks up a couple of 9s. We can see one of them's been folded. So ace or a 9 needed. Katowic with the backdoor diamonds. Oh, and a 4 on the turn as well. Gives Motel a fresh gutter ball to try and draw from. Can he find an ace-9 or a 3 to keep his hopes and dreams alive? In the SSOP main event, it's a 3! Wow, that is absolutely sick. And Katowic sat there thinking, right, all I got to do is fade the ace, and I'm back up to 12 million. And we're going to be 3 left with chunks guaranteed, but Motel finds himself a slippery way out of trouble there. Pinging off the backdoor gut shot. And a cruel blow there. Couldn't get my words out. To the Polish player, who at least manages a wry smile and sort of shrugs it off in his own little way there. It's really important in these kind of pivotal moments of a tournament not to just allow the misfortune to cloud your mind. You've still got 30 big blinds, which is more than enough. As you can see, super competitive. He's not exactly like the shortest by a mile now or anything. He's still very much in the tournament, so just got to dust himself down and get himself back in the game. Ivanovic clearly got better things to do than play for 55,000 euros. He's got an empty seat right now. Not sure what the hell's going on there. Now he's back. And Katowic now going for the 2.5x ISO blind versus blind. Watcher here with Jack 3 off. Not really a hand that he's going to consider peeling, but he might be thinking of exerting some aggression in the form of a small 3-bet, which really puts a lot of his opponent's pressure, puts a lot of his opponent's hands under a great deal of pressure. And yeah, he does find it. Very impressive play. Doesn't want to 3-bet with a linear range, and what I mean by that is he doesn't want to 3-bet a hand like King 10 suited here. It just doesn't make any sense. If you get jammed on, you've got to fold, and you're just wasting so much equity. But with Jack 3 off, he doesn't really care if he gets jammed on, because he's got essentially nothing. just picking up on the dynamic that his opponent is rather aggressive and will be attacking him quite wide. Does get the fold. Another well-timed play there from Rafael. So excellently done. Increases his chip lead there. And Katowice, just a shake of the head, can't believe it. What was going so well for a few orbits has now disintegrated in front of his eyes, and he's going to need to pick himself back up and get back in the game here to give himself what is a fresh chance. The best way to think of it is, look, if I said to myself at the start of the day I'm going to have 27 big blinds with 4 left, when they went into the final day with 16 players left, I'm sure he would have taken that, right? But it can feel like the world's against you when, with maybe 4 or 5 left, you feel like you had a really big shot at winning the tournament, and he still does. So Watcha, wow, all in for 30 big blinds. Not sure about that, but surely a little bit more play with the 30 bigs than just piling it in there. It's like a game of musical chairs here. Where's this guy off to now? Got 4 left, playing for chunks of money. No one fancies sitting down at the table. Oh, there he is, he's back. And Katowice takes that one down with a king deuce off open. Watcher now king 7 suited, lovely hand to open it up, 4-handed, very playable, doesn't really need to go much bigger than the 400k. Any kind of open is going to be tough enough for his opponents to adjust, but not tough when you got 2 10s. And Motel just electing to jam it in there, doesn't want to play a 3-bet non-all-in pot and potentially get out flopped. Hand strong enough. There's 4.5 big blinds in the middle already. He's got 30, so 15% boost to his stack. And he's just hoping to take that one down with no variance, and does exactly that. Nice hand. Katowice now with the 9-4 off. BVB does just let that one go. I think a wise move. Let us know who you're rooting for in the chat, who you're supporting, or if you're neutral, who you think's going to take down the SSOP main event here. 4 left, playing for 55,000 euros. Pretty hefty chunk of change. Katowic, after taking a tough run of cards, has started to really open up. King Deuce in the cutoff he opened. Now he's opening Queen 4 with the chip leader and the small blind. Hopefully not just losing his head here. He's still in a great spot in a huge tournament. Might do better trying to keep his head together rather than just continue to blast away. Watch out on the button with the King Queen suited. Again, just a really playable hand, one that he's going to be looking to open. I think a small misstep from Jovanovic here. Doesn't really want to be defending these kind of hands out of position versus the chip leader when you've got two players both much shorter than you. And this is why. Gets himself into a tricky spot now where he's just got one pair backdoor flush draw. He's going to have to call one. And versus the size up as well. Kind of bleeding chips with hands like these out of position. Not really much more of an incentive to play. I think Watcher's going to be going for a second barrel. Should in reality only be up against 8-5 suited that's improved. But much less two pairs to worry about than a normal early to mid stages of the tournament. Shouldn't really be seeing your opponent defending with 7-4 off or 6-4 off with this ICM heavy scenario. And he does go for 750k. So betting like just over half pot on the flop and about a third pot on the turn. And Jovanovic with one of his trademarks turning a pair into a bluff type routines here. I think he just needs to think about what he's representing a little bit more here. Whoa, he does get the fold though, that's insane. Watcher not really taking much time to think that one over. His hand's like 7-6, gonna check raise the flop. Queen 7, Queen 6, also gonna be mostly check raising the flop. Yeah, the sets can slow play, but loads of bluffs. Lots of open-enders. In the case of Jovanovic, if he'd have seen some of the showdowns here, the guy is going quite wild, so he's going to have like hands like he had, pair plus open-ender, pair plus gutter, just trying to get better hands to fold. And I think it was the sizing that didn't do him any favours there, trying to move down to third pot when he still had what is more than likely going to be the best hand there. And worth a lot more than third pot, considering the continuing range that you're likely to see with so much ICM in play. But Jovanovic manages to get himself away and out of trouble there with a well-timed check raise. Ivanovic opening it up to 400k on the button. Just going to get that through. No one having anything to fight back with. And now ace queen for Jovanovic, so nice little run for him. It's going to pop it up to 400. Kotovic not having much to work with once again. And an interested party in the shape of Rafael Wacha, who has pocket threes, considering what his options are. Go for the peel. Oh, but running into the King Kongs of Motel. Sits back in his chair to mull over his options. And he's going to shove, and I think he's going to get looked up by Jovanovic here. Four-handed, surely got to assume your opponent is capable of pushing in hands like ace-jack, ace-10 suited, king-queen. Especially with the small blind peel, which is never really much of a hand. Always kind of face up as something that, you know, wants to continue in some way, but electing not to 3-bet. This would be a really impressive fold if he manages to get away from it. I don't think he can, four-handed. Yeah, he does call, and he's going to see the bad news here. Wacha's going to get out the way, and it's going to be another great spot for Motel, just needing to fade an ace. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he's going to be the chip leader here. What a turn of events for the Hungarian. The only hands that Jovanovic is really worried about is kings, queens, and ace-king. Oh! Well, he does actually make some more outs, and he does have a backdoor flush draw as well, so equity's not really changing from pre-flop. Ace of spades on the turn gives a little sweaty for Jovanovic, who now needs a spade or a jack to land the crucial knockout blow to his opponent here, and he would be going into a monster chip lead three ways if he can find a way out of the trouble here. And it's a queen on the river, not doing the job. Motel with the hold. Oh, it's a sweat, isn't it, in these crucial all-ins. So tough to just get a nice clean run out. And a great job for Motel finding the huge hand when it mattered, and more importantly finding the hold as well. So those chips get slided across in his direction, and now he's going to be right in the thick of things here, four-handed, with Kotovic and Jovanovic now on the shorter side of things. So 270 big blind stacks and a 26 and a 22 big blind stack as well. Still plenty of chips to work with for the two shorties. It's not complete danger zone territory for them as of yet. And Kotovic just doesn't really give a care in the world for the fact that the chip leader is on the button and also in the small blind here, just opening the 6-3 suited. And I think Watch is starting to realize that the Polish players just opening a little bit too much here and not really respecting the dynamic. And after a while, he's going to need to find some aggression against that, because he can't just allow that to happen and allow the Polish player to find his way back in. And Jovanovic here potentially thinking of a big blow up, just piling in the deuces after losing the big all in. It wouldn't be the play, of course. No snap fold from Katowic, but you never really know what's coming with him. But he does let it go. Very wide, and I would say almost bordering disrespectful open from the Polish player, but reason to believe, I'm sure, from his side that he's not facing enough resistance, and now that resistance is starting to come. Might be better off retreating back into the shell and grinding the short stack. Matcher now, after getting that 3-bet through with the ace-queen, popping it up into the two shorties in the blinds. Jovanovic, no interest from him. And Katowic mulling his options over. If he jams, he is going to get called in this spot. And the cards go on their backs. What have we got there? Is that Queen Jack or Jacks? Couldn't quite tell. Looked like two paint cards. Yeah, it is the pocket Jacks. So huge flip now with 4 left in the SSOP main. Watcher really hoping that he can find an ace or a queen here, or some kind of straight, maybe some clubs or spades. And that would be a huge advantage to him, and brutal for Katowic. He's just had such a poor run of late, and you know, giving off the body language as if he's not surprised to see the board come queen high. Does have some hope in the form of backdoor hearts, or he could just drill the jack for the check mark on the turn. As Motel looks away as if to say, Christ, I really did fancy that 5k pay jump, but Katowic gets there in unorthodox fashion and secures a huge double up. And things just get evened up more and more and more with 4 left here. Chip counts are completely wrong, says Anton. Okay, they'll it did look like Raphael had a bit less than what it was saying, so I will message a member of our team and see if that's right. So Motel has made the biggest move on the final table so far. Came in relatively short and just sat with a mountain of chips. And yeah, I think you're right actually. That's not much more than 10 million in his stack, but 14 on the screen. Katowice there with what looks like well over the 8 million. And Watcher there, he's got 4 stacks of 2 million, so 8.5. Yeah, you're right. Thank you for the observation there. I'll try and get that one sorted. No. It's that's going to only help our production quality, of course, and also the commentary and also understanding what's going on. So a very valid point. Thanks for that. Watcher check betting when check 2, and Katowice here. He's got a hand that may consider going for a check raise, trying to apply some pressure. I think it would be a little bit weak to fold the Jack 5 here just to one check raise versus a capable opponent. Unblocking all sorts of draws. You've got no 6, 7, 3, deuce, spade in your hand. Even unblocking the backdoor clubs as well. Definitely want to be calling one. Ace on the turn. Doesn't really change an awful lot. I don't think Katowice is going to be doing this with like many ace high hands. Those kind of more fit into the check call type of line. So only 3 deuce improves. And Watcher is blocking hands like 5-4, 9-5, 5-5 as values. So probably going to be seeing if Katowice does bet another continue from Rafael. But a very quick fold. And just goes to show that aggression, when you go deep in these tournaments with so much money up top, does pay dividends. Jovanovic under the gun, well, in the cutoff with the King 5 of diamonds, definitely going to be popping that one up. Makes it 400k. Katowice with 6 deuce of hearts. This guy absolutely loves it. He 3-bets to 1.1 million. Or is it 1.2? 1.2? It's probably going to work in this instance as well with versus the King 5, unless they could find a really aggressive jam. If there's an opponent to do it against, it's the Polish player here. But it's way easier to sit in the booth and say that than actually follow through, and yet more aggression paying off for the Pole as he moves his stack up once again and takes advantage of the fortuitous jack on the turn after it was all looking so bleak on the queen high board. So feedback from the team is that we're going to have to make the chip count during the break. One hand was wrong by the software, and after the break it is fixed. Katowice with the ace 4. I don't think he's going to be going anywhere. Certainly seen him need much less than a ace blocker four-handed to get in the mix, and that's exactly what happens there. And just gets that one through. And as you can see at the bottom of the screen, the Banco Wheels Spin and Win promotion. Any people coming into the casino during the daytime will get a raffle ticket. And who knows, you could spin up yourself a nice little bit of cash on the side. Watcha. King 6 of hearts. Should be comfortable enough open for him. Jovanovic won't be partaking in this one. And Katovic, a tough man to force out of the pot, not only aggressive but quite sticky as well. Certainly a difficult type of player to battle against, but on the wrong end of the flop here, as Watcher flops top pair with the backdoor flush draw, Katovic with the middle pair. On a very dry board, not many draws available here. It goes check, check, interesting. Watcher electing to use his hand as a bit of deception here. But a little bit of, let's say, suspicious time to do that, because it's such a high frequency bet board. You know, you're going to bet this with a lot. All of your air wants to bet here because it's such a good board for you and not really your opponent. So checking back can look a little bit sus, but he does get some value on the turn, of course, from the 9-8. And the question now is, can he find another barrel on the river? Plenty of hands to consider getting value from. The Jack X's of the world, the 8X is going to play this way. Maybe some hands like 10-9, Queen 10. And chucks out 700k. The great thing about this board is that you're protected, because you're going to be the only one that has like a hand like Ace Queen, and also the player much more likely to have a hand like Queen 9, because Queen 9 may just bet the turn themselves as a bluff, as opposed to check calling. And again, Katovic, just a non-believer there. Paying off a lot of rivers so far today, and he's not been right too often. But good job from Rafael Watcher there, who gets 2 streets of value after the flop check back. Motel opening it up in the cutoff. Unfortunately not seeing what he's up to in terms of the whole cards. Katovic here with the 8-7 of hearts. Just elects to peel. I think that's a pretty decent decision. And Watcher in the big blind. Ace-9 off. Does he go for a squeeze? Or four-handed, does he just take a flop? Keeps a fairly strong ace in his range. Does indeed call. East Jack 10. Hitting Watcher there in terms of his top pair. Motel with the incognito hand, but a quick check back. I think this is going to be... Whoa, what a turn card that is. Katowic improving to a straight with the 8-7, and Watcher now with 2 pair. On a draw-heavy board. It's an interesting board, though, because what's Katowic going to be like bluffing with here on the turn? Lots of his hands are like quite condensed, right? So he's not really going to have a hand like Queen 6 suited, for example, or Queen 7 or 8-6. So a lot of his hands are like pair plus straight draws, and those aren't really going to bet into 3 on the turn. They're just going to check, you know, the likes of King Jack off and, like say, Queen 10 suiteds. So Watcher doing well not to raise the turn there and induce himself into getting into a tough spot, and does just elect to fold fairly quickly. That's a really great play from him. He could have lost a lot more there, but just piecing the pieces of the puzzle together. And coming to the right conclusion for sure. Motel, what's he up to? So he's checked back the flop quite quickly, calls the turn, and now looks as if he's got almost a decision on his hands. Does he check back the flop with the hand as strong as like Ace-Queen? No, don't think so. Just letting it go. Maybe a hand like King Jack or Queen Jack. And Katowic gets the job done there. So Watcher in the small blind, just limping in with the Queen 4 suited. Pretty playable. Not the sort of opponent that's going to be isolating him quite a lot, so gets to see the flop cheap. And drills top pair. Not a lot for Motel. Might peel off one with the ace high here. Yeah, goes for the call. Quite quick one as well. Almost as if to say, yeah, I'm calling, mate. Don't bet the turn. But now he wants to bet on the turn. And the ace for Watcher shouldn't really be that much of a scare card, considering a lot of the stronger aces would isolate pre-flop, so he can maybe feel comfortable going for a second barrel from hands like 9x, Deuce X, Jack 10. Jack on the river. Wouldn't say things start to get too dicey for the Queen 4, it's just a case of what worse calls now. He may try and block again to try and get those calls from the 10-9s, the Jack 10s, the Jack 8s. For like 400 or something, and yeah, just... blocks again, gets snapped off and sees the bad news. So Katowic opening it up with the ace-10. Just getting a fold from Watcher on the button there with ace-8 off. Not looking to attack. Queen 5-3 rainbow, definitely a board that's going to favour the Polish player, having the betting lead. These like Broadway card low lows, much better for the pre-flop opener. In ICM there should be like less interaction around these low boards for the defender, so just going to be an easy one to take a stab at. Jovanovic piling it in, BVB, with the ace-queen. 16 big blinds or so, not taking any chances. Could go for a limp jam, I think, versus this specific opponent. I wouldn't mind trying to set the trap there and glean a few extra big blinds, as Katowic seems like the type of player that is just absolutely desperate to find aggression at any particular stage. And I think what's going on now is we're going to have a short break because some of the chip counts were incorrect on the reader, as pointed out by Anton. So thanks very much for your contribution there. We're just going to make sure that everything's set up back on track and we get a full idea of what's going on. So we'll be back very shortly. Thanks very much for joining us. Coverage will be continuing shortly. See you soon. So we should have the correct information on the screens now. Katowice, the chip leader, Motel second, Watcher third, and Jovanovic at the bottom of the pack with 4 left. Queen Jack of Spades for Jovanovic. Gonna be opening it up. Katowice with the King 10 of Diamonds. It's one of those hands, like I mentioned, you don't really want to 3-bet this kind of holding, because if you get shoved on, you're just wasting the value of the hand. You want to have a much more polarized strategy, so, you know, focusing on the ace blocker, the king blocker, maybe the weaker suited hands. And Watcher here coming in for a relatively ambitious overcall, I would say. You just want to let the other two guys, you know, fight between themselves and not get in the mix with this kind of hand, I would say. Okay, wow. Katowice flops the nut full house and even gets a decent turn as Jovanovic turns the queen. He's going to put some chips into the pot, which is absolutely what you want to see here as Katowice. And he's going to think about, you know, do I raise now? Will it work? Do I have any bluffs if I do this? All of these things are, you know, important things to consider at this point. It does look extremely strong, going for the double check and then finding a raise. But at the same time, Jovanovic may level himself into thinking that, well, I've checked back the flop and I've put a very small bet out there on the turn, so maybe I am getting attacked here by some sort of like 9-8 of clubs or Jack 10. But lots of perceivable value, you know, like King 10, King 9, Jack 9, King 8 suited. Such a condensed board, you know, it's really smashing a lot of these hands that the small blind's going to peel, and it's just difficult to find bluffs here. He needs to find like hands like the bare nut flush draw as well. That could be one. A lot of those types of hands would 3-bet pre-flop maybe, but does continue. Watcher I don't think is called here. That's a graphical error, so he's out. And wow, Katowice is going to be loving that river, because a lot of hands like that he would be targeting now, like ace queen, maybe ace jack, ace 10, ace x of clubs, now improved to the straight on the river. The river's the jack, by the way. The graphics just taking a little bit of time to catch up. And Jovanovic seeing the bad news there, that he was absolutely cooked on the turn with not much improvement or chance to improve at all. And another huge pot going in the direction of the Polish player, who now has the button as well, so it's just going to be more pain inflicted on his opponents. And he's been an absolute handful on the final table. A couple of really loose plays and questionable plays, but he's managed to find a way to make it work, and that's a sign of a great player, I would say. Doesn't always need to be by the book, you know. There are these final table dynamics that are only ever going to happen once, right? So if you think that you found a way to exploit what the other people are doing, then by all means, go for it. And seamlessly getting through another open, and all of a sudden these steals are adding 750k onto your stack. Katowic now with the king 5 off, just continuing to bulldoze his way through. And Jovanovic has just had enough of it. Ace-8 though, a perfect candidate to jam. He knows how wide his opponent's going to be. He's got a decent blocker. Easy push for him, as he is 4 out of 4, so it's not really a situation where he's going to have loads of ICM pressure. Watch out under the gun, ace-5 off. Just electing to get out the way now and try and navigate his way into at least the final 3 with the huge payouts on display for now a 5k pay jump if he can make it to the final 3. But, I mean, this position is kind of the product of his own demise, in the sense that he has missed a couple of spots potentially, or allowed the Polish player to bulldoze his way into this spot. Katowic now with the 5-4 here. Might have been considering a lead. Motel checking back. He's going to try and realise his equity. And on this turn card, Katowic might go for a medium kind of sizing. Yeah. Goes for a small one. Just for a bit of protection. Get some value from hands like this. There's 7 on the river. Shouldn't really get any value from his hand now, but he might be able to induce a bluff from just the whole heap of 1 heart hands that's going to be in his opponent's range. Not sure what he's trying to target here. His opponent isn't really going to have much 3x or deuce x there. Maybe just going for a block just to target the ace high, the stubborn call, or try and induce something. Jovanovic on the button with 5-4 off. And Katowic here, king 9. 20 big blinds effective. Might just rip it in. Or go for like a 2.5 to 2.8x sizing just to apply pressure to the big blind here, who's 3 out of 4 and will be fairly concerned about trying to get this pay jump. And he folds, picks up the 600k in the middle and just continues to cruise on up. Katowic with Jack 10 on the button. Definitely going to be another open. Just continuing to apply the pressure. Motel electing to defend with his Queen 5 suited. Fair enough. Ace 6, one club. Probably just going to see a min bet from Katowic here, something like 300k. And a quick fold takes that one down. Up to the 20 million mark. And that should be well over half the chips in play at this stage. Definitely some fortunate card distribution, that's for sure. But he's really taken a stronghold on this four-handed match. And Watcher, in all fairness, I did say that maybe he'd become a bit too passive, but after losing that huge flip with Ace-Queen versus Jacks, hadn't really had so much to work with or really made any strong hands, just kind of been in iffy spots. And the problem is that the longer that continues, the more you're inclined to then just try and outlast the opponents and hang on in there. Deuces, I don't think he's going to open this one into the chip leader. Yeah, I think that's a solid fold. Just not really any playability with that kind of hand, and you're blocking all of the auto folds, you know, like when you're opening into the chip leader who's going to defend so wide, you want him to have the 7 deuce, the 9 deuce, the 8 deuce, the 6 deuce. Oh wow, and Katowic has the deuces as well, but facing such a large jam, 300k big blind, 18 bigs going in, would be incentivized to maintain the dynamic of having everyone completely out-chipped. Rather than take a super thin spot for a lot of chips. Yeah, nice fold. And Ivanovic with the pick up there, back to 5.3. So 17k locked up between these four players. We've got then a 5k pay jump to third, a 10k pay jump to second, and as you can see here, a 22.5k pay jump between first and second. So starting to see the big boy jumps and a lot of buy-ins in these jumps. The 5k buy-in, the 5k pay jump being 20 buy-ins, so ICM wise it's an absolute hellhole for the medium stacks now, who just really trying to just hang on in there and outlast the other opponent. Especially now you've seen Katowic just completely sail into this dominating chip lead position. Doesn't elect to take the offsuit ace 3-bet there. Facing Motel's open. Watcher with a playable hand. I think he's just going to call here, try and see a flop. It's a hand that plays pretty well. Jamming doesn't achieve an awful lot, apart from maybe folding out hands like King Queen and potentially Ace Jack. It's tough to say. Motel does seem on the tighter side, and what a flop for Raphael. He's not had the greatest run, but flopping trips now and has his opponent drawing dead. Can't make a backdoor straight when he's got the jack. It's the full house out. Calls. I like it. Want to protect the pairs and gut shots in the range there by occasionally check calling a queen. Snap check back from Motel. Game's up for him, and a 10 on the river gives the check mark to the Austrian. He's just thinking, how big can I go now? What am I targeting? What sort of hands is my opponent going to show up with here? And he goes for the large size, but fortunately sees the snap fold. I think he bet a bit more than 500, didn't he? Looked like a big stack of hundreds going in there. Ace Queen for Jovanovic with 17 big blinds. Other short stacks in there as well. He might just be about deep enough that he could kind of induce some sort of 3-bet and able to come over the top. But it looks like he's going to get a fairly decent spot to play in position versus the big blind. And 10-6-4, unfavourable to the Austrian. He's going to c-bet for the 450 sizing. Round about, or 350, sorry, round about a quarter pot. Motel with the call. Top pair backdoor flush draw. 5 on the turn. Goes for a quick check. Jovanovic not really going to improve much on that card. So looking to just take it to showdown with the ace queen. And the king does favour him, but I think ace queen just a little bit too much showdown value. You might occasionally be able to beat a hand like, I don't know, 9-7, 9-8. Some sort of backdoor float. So just giving it up, and that one's going to go in favour of the Hungarian. So Kotovic opening it up, and watch it on the button here with Queen 10 suited, going for the aggressive take. And just going to get that one through. A nice, well-timed pickup there. Feels like a lot of chips going in, but you're just going to get so many folds from an opponent that is going to be opening, I'd say, somewhere near 70% at this stage. And we've even seen him opening, you know, Queen 4 off in the same spot and King Deuce off, and that was when he was 3rd out of 4. So imagine how wide he's going to be with the chip lead 4-handed and well over half the chips. Good take there from the Austrian. Watcher opening it up, 300k, sorry, 600k at the 300 big blind level. What is going on here? 6-5 off, coming in for the the big blind 3-bet. Makes it 1.6 million. And I think Watcher is a pretty aware player. He's going to know how. He must have been getting some feedback from his friends about how loose and aggressive the Polish player is. Yeah, and he's just going to rip it in. He just a believer that there's too much trash in this range. And a slightly mistimed one from the Pole, looking to apply pressure on one of the medium stacks. And this is the issue when you do have competent opponents playing against you. Not to push the boat too far, because you can end up dusting quite a lot of chips quite quickly if you just continue to try and bulldoze over the table. Might have been a slightly better tactic versus the player like Motel. But we've seen enough from Watcher to suggest that he knows what he's doing, and he's not going to be scared to find these jams. He had a bit of a lull for a couple of hours where he sort of like lost that big flip and went back into the pack, but seems to have gathered himself quite well and starting to pick up some confidence, I imagine, from a couple of big takes there and spots where he's put himself in for his tournament life with, you know, nowhere near a nutted holding, but just gets the job done. And moves into a clear second now, as Jovanovic, who's been going through the blinds and lost that pot versus Motel with the ace queen raise and a c-bet, now is the one looking over his shoulder, hoping to find something to keep him in the game. So Katowice with the 8-3 suited, opening wide in the belief, in the knowledge that Jovanovic, being the real shortest stack at the table on 13 bigs, is him folding means that he can really apply so much pressure to his opponents. Motel coming along with the Jack-9 off. Interesting to see what he's going to do versus the highly likely flop c-bet. How much is that? 350? 375. So just under a quarter pot. And Moto with a very quick raise. Clearly just had enough of the aggression here. And the interesting thing is that he doesn't seem a sort of player that would be comfortable doing this with an awful lot of King X. So the value range that he's representing here is very thin, especially with the deuce on the board. He's not really going to have 10 deuce suited. He can have king deuce, he can have pocket twos, but he's not going to have tens, kings. So he leaves himself with king 10, king deuce, suited only, which is 2 combinations, and a lot of straight draws and flush draws. But Katowic has not seen so much aggression from him and just decides that he's going to let that one go. And Moto with a nice find there. Katowic, Jack 3 suited. Let's everyone else have a breather for a change. And Watcher here with the ace blocker on the button, opening into the short stack. I think it's just a good spot to go for a raise fold. You just block enough of the strong hands that are going to rejam, and if you do get jammed on, so be it. Well, Jovanovic is jamming it in with 8-5 off. Good lord. So he's got 3.3, a little bit less than I thought, but yeah, I think still not a spot where you're dominating enough, or just in that great shape to justify potentially moving back right into the pack and being kind of swallowed up in that third, fourth battle, where at the moment he's got himself a nice spot there, just curled up 20 big blinds or so short of the chip leader, but with a little bit of breathing space above Motel and Jovanovic. But that was an insanely aggressive take there, the 8-5-0. Maybe an indicator of how high stress and, you know, tormenting it can be on the mind to be in the short stack here, where it just feels like you're just getting completely bullied. Now Jovanovic with 10-8 off. What's he going to do here? He's just seen a limp from Motel. Actually don't mind this limp. It's a very playable hand. Gives the big blind less incentive to show aggression versus you, because when you open, obviously there's an extra big blind or so out there, so more incentive to 3-bet and put the pressure on. But he allows to set the price himself pre, and I imagine he's going to go for some sort of bet here. Gets a continue from Jovanovic, and we're going to go to a turn. Both players having a straight draw here. Backdoor flush draw for Motel as well. 3 on the turn. Pretty decent card for Jovanovic. He could complete some 3x suited there that Motel just isn't really going to limp. and could start applying pressure to hands like King 10, Queen 10, King Queen, 9x by leading. Just elects not to. Instead goes for the check fold and still sitting in the danger zone on 13 big blinds. Wow, big cooler incoming here as Motel has the pocket tens, Jovanovic with the kings, and there's no option but to see all the chips going in here. He's going to get snapped off as well. He's going to have so many hands worse than the two tens. Yep, snap call and kings versus tens. Unfortunate one. Motel with a little grimace there as he sees the bad news. Still though, 2 outs. Stranger things have happened. And Jovanovic exuding confidence there, not even putting the chips in the middle. He's expecting them to come to him. Ooh, a crushing blow though on the Jack 10 flop. He's going to need a Jack or a 10 quick time. And Motel there, super happy to see that flop. 4 outs once to keep your hopes and dreams alive in the Slovak Series of Poker main event for Jovanovic from Austria. Can he do it? Let's see. Oh, it was paint so close, but hits the crossbar there, and that's going to be the end of his run. Put up a lot of fight, showed a lot of heart, and came through with some really creative and aggressive play that got himself this deep run in at 4th for 17.2k. Well played to him. And Motel there, who's hung on in there at times. Certainly been difficult for his opponents to get rid of. He's played very solid, hasn't really done much wrong. And now moves up into a clear second, and all of a sudden it's Rafael Wacha who's looking over his shoulder as the short stack. But all players guaranteed 22.2k. And we're going to fight for the rest. Don't think that there's going to be any kind of discussion of a deal anytime soon. Maybe in the heads up, but plenty of play with these stacks. Kotovic opening it up with the King 8 of diamonds. And Motel going to defend with the 9-6 of spades. Fairly playable. What a flop. Pair plus a flush draw after binking a 10 versus kings for chunks. 4 left with 55k up top. He is living the dream right now. Kotovic going to apply some pressure on that ace high board, lean on the fact that he's going to have a lot of stronger hands, and I really like this just call from Motel. He's got the pair plus the flush draw, so doesn't really need to bluff his opponent out of the pot. Just got so much equity. Try and get a call, and now reaching for chips And we've seen Kotovic here, he has been quite sticky in a lot of these spots. So is he going to find the call with the third pair? Just kind of blindly putting his opponent on a missed gut shot, or well, not really much else to draw from in terms of bluffs. Yeah, he's just going to let that one go, a smart move. And gets the show as well. And Motel just continuing to run hot. So 300k big blind still. Motel with the pocket eights. Limping in. Kotovic. Queen Jack. 50 big blinds effective, so isn't really going to be too worried about the limp raise so often. And feels that his hand, as I would agree, plays pretty well versus the limp calling range. Lots of worse queen and Jack X there. Jack 9, Jack 10s, Jack 7 suited, etc. All of the suited Queen X as well. Does outflop his opponent on this occasion. And yeah, just getting it through with a small bet. So three-handed action continues here, and Motel continuing to run the show in terms of the card distribution. Pocket queens now. $6.75. Snap fold from Kotovic. And pocket fives for Watcher. Sort of 25 big blinds effective. Is he going to find the just call? He does. And you can already feel like he's dodged his way out of one there, because very tempting just to rip that one in, pick up all of the dead money. And wow, look at this. It's Watcher's turn to flop the boat versus the overpair. Motel. He's already done this to Motel as well in one of their confrontations earlier with the fives versus the kings on the Queen 8-8-5. Motel betting half pot here. And Watcher just electing to call. Maybe thinking that the check raise might look a bit too strong, and if Motel does have a flush draw or is just randomly blasting it off, let's allow him to continue to do that. Oh, he loves to see that four of diamonds on the turn. Some of Motel's bluffs now improving. And Motel not perturbed at all by the straight and flush completer on the turn. Does go for a slightly smaller size though, sizing down, just looking for a bit of protection. Doesn't want to allow his opponent to bink off a free diamond or something like that. And as you can see, a relatively face-up strategy in terms of the bet sizings and the meanings. firing out half pot where he felt like he had essentially the nuts, and now on the turn not really liking it so much and sizing down to a third. Watcher deciding that now's the time to put in a raise. Motel. Ooh. Is that correct, or is he just called? Oh my word, what a river that is! Ouch. Talk about running bad in a huge spot in your poker career here. Just needed to fade a 6 or a queen, and the river brings the 6. And Motel sat with the overpair. We'll be looking to get some value. And Wadcha, you can excuse him for feeling sick as a parrot here, as what went from a great spot now comes into having a bluff catcher. Motel firing out about half pot. Raphael there just getting confirmation of the sizing. Hungarian fan in the chat saying, "Come on, baby." Just had to translate that one. What a river for your man. Is he going to get paid though? Is Watcher going to make the super disciplined laydown? It's so tough when you're in such a crucial pot and deep in a tournament. And on the flop you're just thinking, wow, I've got him right where I want him. And he makes the side call and sees the bad news. It's not hard to win with such rivers, exactly. It's not, and that's the way sometimes you can win a tournament, by these situations occurring. And what a crushing blow there to Raphael, who has really battled his heart out, and he's had situations where he's had the chip lead and he's played well and aggressively. He's had situations where he's kind of bowed out and allowed everyone else to do the work for him. And now flopping a boat versus the overpair, just the dream situation, three-handed, playing for the big bucks, and counterfeited on the river for most of his stack. That's an unfortunate one to take, down to 8 bigs, and now he needs to try and pick himself up, get himself back in the game a little bit, and pray to the poker gods that they can give him one more chance to get back in the tournament. Absolutely sick. So Kotowicz Going to continue his theme of aggression. Just getting it through there. Motel folding the dominating hand. Might just be looking to play the waiting game now as they try and force the short stack out of there. And yeah, you could see it all over his face. Absolutely brutal. So watch out on the button now. King 7 off, electing to not take that one. And Katowice with the walk. And now 300k big blind and 300k ante. Didn't feel like so much 5 minutes ago, but after that part now all of a sudden it's becoming extremely significant. Archer now with the 6-4 of diamonds, blind versus blind. He's going to just call. Motel checking it back with the 10-7 off. Not much of a board for the Austrian. Whitechair. It's going to go check check. 9 on the turn. Doesn't really change an awful lot. His plan might just be to get another check and represent the river, but yeah, Motel just deciding, not fancying the gut shot now. And a small little pickup there for the Austrian, which is going to go a long way. Looks like he's got just over 4 million there, so he's not actually doing as badly as the chip counts are suggesting. On the button with Queen 10 off, going to be jamming it in here. Oh, and Katowice, I don't think he's going to be folding this one, going to have to be dominating the short stack. Yep, and he does make the call. And it's going to be King Jack of diamonds versus Queen 10 off. And now Raphael needs some help to remain in the tournament. What a brutal series of events for him. Hopefully he can find something to regain his mojo after that crushing blow versus Motel. And it just comes king high, and sometimes it feels like the torty just slips out of your fingers and there's nothing you can do about it. It's a brutal feeling, and even a small look of empathy there from Kotovic, who realizes how brutal the last couple of rounds have been for the Austrian, who bows out now in third place, and he's cashed himself good for 22.2k, and I'm sure after a couple of days or so the significance of that cash and boost to his bankroll will be appreciated, but he's going to feel a little bit sour about that one for the next couple of hours, or at least for tonight, you would imagine. So we've got the heads up, 60 versus 63 big blinds, and I think that they're going to take some sort of break whilst we get everything set up for the heads up match. Going to get the trophy out, of course the watch, and when we're back we're going to be playing for no mean feat, 22.5k between second and first. Looking forward to commentating on that one. We'll be back very shortly. Bye-bye. Welcome back for heads up coverage and the closing moments of the SSOP festival, the Slovak Series of Poker. And here we have our last two players. Sebastian Katovic is going to be heads up versus Laszlo Lajos Motel, or Lajos Laszlo Motel, I think, in that order, from Hungary. So it's Hungary versus Poland for 55,000 euros and 200. So going to have a deep stacked heads up match, and Katovic coming out the gates with the min raise, Jack 4, defense from Queen Jack. And let us know who you think is going to take this one home. Katovic c-betting the flop, goes check on the turn, and he may look to bluff the river here on the 4 straight with just Jack high. Lots of potential hands that can have improved on the 6 river. Any kind of 7x, maybe a 10-7 that slowed down, could have improved to 2 pair, and he just gets that one through. So it's a nice start for the heads up, getting the bluff through there and taking the chip lead, 20 versus 17 million. And 9 deuce for Motel. At the 300k big blind level. That glorious looking Seiko watch waiting for the winner, alongside the trophy and of course the big bucks. 22.5k is now what they're playing for. Wow, look at this. Motel picking up the aces, blind versus blind, and Katovic doesn't exactly have a hand that he's going to snap fold to a 3-bet. Very playable hand, heads up, Queen 10. So I'm sure we're going to see a 3-bet from Motel. Makes it 2.2 million, so fairly chunky. Like a 3.7x, 7.5x 3-bet. And Katovic just getting away from it, so great read. Might be something to do with his opponent just sat there grinning his head off. It could have played a factor, I'm sure. Plus the large 3-bet. Not the sort of player that we've seen on the final table taking too many light 3-bet spots. And back in the mix with Jack 4 suited, very playable hand heads up. With the big blind ante and being quite deep, more incentivized to go for, I would imagine, a min-raise strategy. But he looks to just limp in, and 9-6 off, going to be quite a natural check back. Bits and pieces for both players here, as Katowice has backdoors with overs. And Motel flopping the flush draw, but it's just going to take that one down. So just waiting for the graphics to catch up, but we got an open and a call. King 6-5 rainbow. Always going to be fairly neutral in heads up, these types of boards. Both players are just going to have loads of the two pairs, but the opener with the small advantage of having the super strong hands. It looks like a check raise here from the Hungarian. Let's think of the sort of hands that he might do that with. Of course, potentially King X, potentially some straight draws, two pairs. If he's feeling creative, maybe a gut shot. We saw him check raise the Jack 9 earlier on the King 10X board. And the Polish player just electing to get away. And Motel with the best of it so far in the heads up. So a slight chip lead. And Motel setting the trap here with the ace-king limping in. Katowice catches the bait, goes for the 4x raise with the ace-9. And Motel just coming straight back over the top. Looks to be a sizing of about 3.7 million. So a really chunky raise in 4.2, wow. So a really chunky raise in position, and this might even dissuade Katowice from even continuing with a hand such as strong as ace-9 heads up. Yeah, just really identifying the fact that his opponent is so unlikely to be doing that with the worst hand. And takes a lot of discipline, because you're only against one opponent, but this opponent has seemingly started to find aggression, but time and time again just showing down the best hand. And a little bit of a misstep in terms of that sizing there. Just you've got ace-9 offsuit in particular, these kind of worse ace-x, these worse king-x hands just completely in jail. And so you really want to force those hands to continue heads up. Katowice though finding the ace-queen on the button. Certainly going to be looking to open that one. And goes for a raise of 800. First is an opponent that isn't going to 3-bet that often. Starting to adjust by going for the larger open sizing, which should pay dividends. You just get to play a bigger pot in position. So more money in there with the positional advantage, quite deep. Nice early adjustment in the heads-up match there from the Polish player. And Queen 8 for Motal. Looks like he's just going to limp in. Pen deuce off for Katowice, is going to attack that with a fairly polarized raise. And Motel going nowhere, limp calling with the Queen 8. And this is the issue when we're 60 big blinds deep, isolating hands like these. Can get yourself into a lot of tricky spots. Just because when your opponent does call, you've just got such little equity going forward. Finds a great board though, ace 4-5, got himself some kind of equity with the gut shot. And just forces a lot of type of hands that Motel's going to limp call with to just out the pot basically. You're not going to see people float you so much with the king highs and the queen highs, so really great board to continue the aggression on, and takes it down. Katowice, jack 4 off. Just continuing to go with the larger open size to 800. In the knowledge that perhaps his opponent is maybe going to be under defending. And when there's a big blind and a big blind ante out there, just gives them so much more incentive to go after it. So 9-6 off on the button. He's going to open to 900. Ace 4 for Katowice. Easy continue. Nice to have some ace-x in there that allows you to have some coverage on boards like this, where your opponent will be c-betting quite a lot. Does snap check it back though. Just maybe looking for some sort of equity. And a nice double check from Katowice here, understanding that he's got his opponent essentially drawing dead the majority of the time. And check calls the turn, and just praying for a blast on the river, and the 10 Another great card. Is Motel going to find a blast off here? And yeah, just snaps it off, just in case he runs into a 10 there or some sort of ridiculous aces full. And heads up when so much of the range is going to be like trash in that kind of spot. Not going to have the kings, queens, jacks type hands enough to justify raising. Just going to take the pot down. It's a pretty significant one at that stage. And Kotowitz with a nicely played hand there. Set the trap and got his opponent to blast off with 0% equity, which is about as good as you can do heads up. And looks down at ace 10 himself. 800 to go. And 5-3, not going to be playable. Nine 3 for Motal. Just lets it go. $2.2 million. Sorry, I just realised I was on mute, and all of a sudden the wheels falling off there for the Hungarian as he pays off the triple barrel with the king high blocking some backdoor clubs. And sometimes that's how quickly it can go for you in a heads-up match. Just a couple of stubborn call downs, a couple of semi-coolers. He bluffed 2 streets there with the 9-6 when his opponent had the top pair, and some fortune for the Polish player and some misfortune for the Hungarian, and all of a sudden Motel down to just over 20 big blinds. 9-5 suited. Going to open it up. And Queen 4 for Sebastian is going to call. Motel flops the best this time. Might be able to get a couple of chips back, as we've got a pair-on-pair confrontation here. Kotowicz with the backdoor hearts as well, so even without the heart, not going to be going anywhere, having flopped a pair, which is quite tough to do in poker. Only about a third of the time you're going to connect with the board. And check, check. And the 6 on the river gives Motel essentially the nuts. Is he going to be able to glean any value from the hand? His opponent would only be calling for a chop. And he pumps out a pretty large sizing there. What's that? 2.2 million, something like that? Yeah, 2,175. 2,275. What Kotowicz has to consider is a lot of these hands that are going to be c-betting the flop and checking back the turn are going to have some 9s in them. 9-7, 9-5, 9-8. That didn't particularly like the 8 on the turn, bringing the 4-liner, and yeah, he does make a solid fold and gets away there. And his opponent seems to just be showing him every hand what he had. So not a bad spot if you get a heads up match, and whenever you've got a tricky spot and end up getting away, you get to see the whole cards anyway. Pretty big advantage, I would say. Seven-3 off. Just electing to go for the 3x open now. Moto with the pocket 6s, I think he's probably just going to ship it in. Pair heads up. No real reason to call. Way ahead of, you know, all of these hands that his opponent's going to open with. Wants to deny some of the equity. You know, you don't want to let like 9-8 off get there. And yeah, rips it in, gets that one steaming through. And a mini comeback for the Hungarian after a couple of disaster hands in the space of about 4 or 5 minutes. Left him down to 20 bigs. He's got himself back up to about 30 big blinds. King Deuce of clubs for Motel, limping in. Kotowicz, I imagine, will be going for the ISO. And we're going to be seeing a flop heads up for sure. Great board for the Polish player. Goes for the check, slides one over there. Hoping to catch a bet out of Motel, who improves to a pair, so I think the game's up for any kind of trapping going on now. Wants to try and get some value from any kind of 6x or deuce x. Now the ace on the river shouldn't really hit the Hungarian. And just electing to chuck out 1.3 million, a little block bet there. Still trying to get called by those deuce x, 6x, maybe a 9. The occasional hand like pocket 4s, pocket 3s could be in there, lurking somehow. And I think the Hungarian knows he's beat at this point, just with the bare bottom pair and the small kind of milky looking sizing from his opponent. Unlikely to be a bluff. And yeah, correctly identifies that he didn't have the winner. Kotowicz opening to 800 and just getting that one through. 9 deuce not going to cut it for the Hungarian. King 4 for Motel. Looks like he's just going to, yeah, opening it up to 900. Kotowicz 10-9. Very playable hand heads up. Anything that makes a lot of top pairs and decent draws, it's going to be pretty favourable. So bottom pair versus two overcards in the open ender here. But the playability residing with the Polish player's hand. Goes check, check. 10 on the turn. And another check on the river. Should see a bet now from Sebastian. Goes for 1 million. And a quick call and shows the winner there. With the tricky turn check, getting paid in the end. A great start to the heads-up match for Sebastian. He's got his opponent right where he wants him. 10-5 suited. Continuing to go with the open raise strategy. Queen 5 for the Hungarian. And ace-ace king. Should, whoa, absolutely snapped off for the min bet. 4 on the turn. Can Kotowicz find the double barrel? No, it's not going to be allowed to, as Motel's going to start leading into him for 800. And yeah, just lets that one go. So Motel picking up the pocket tens. Goes for a cheeky little limp. And gets an interested party in the shape of the gut shot with backdoor flush draw, now turning a pair. Goes check check on the turn. 10 on the river though, that's exactly what the Hungarian was looking for. And he's going to fire out 1.2 million into a pot of 2 million, so about 60% pot. And another discipline lay down there, not getting married to his pair, realizing that his opponent maybe perhaps unlikely to find the quick bluff on the river. King 3 now going to be opening it up. Wow, and just gets a fold from King 4 offsuit. Wow, that's a big edge. Heads up if you can get your opponent to fold hands as strong as that. Got to be fighting with these one Broadway holdings. If you're folding King 4, you're folding like 60% of hands, and you've already put the blind and the big blind ante in there. You've got to defend against that, getting such a good price. Just over one big blind into a pot of 5 big blinds. Picks up the ace-9 off now. Makes it 900. Kotowitz goes for the aggressive 3-bet with the Queen Deuce. And Motel here is just gonna ship it in with the ace. Not looking to see a flop there. The ace-9, powerful hand heads up, but doesn't particularly have that much playability post flop. You're often going to miss the flop, not really have any kind of draw, just the ace high. So better served there as a 4-bet jam, especially versus a player as aggressive as Kotowitz. Checking back the flop with the 10 and taking it down on the turn. Motel with the 8 deuce. Might just elect to fold. Yep, gets out of the way. So, heads up to the flop. 8 deuce versus the queen 6, and an early lead there for Kotowitz, but Motel's got a gut shot. Not really much playability without the club, and he may fire at this. This is kind of the situation that Kotowitz was hoping for from checking back the 8, just gaining a little bit of deception and also trying not to build a pot too much when the board can change very rapidly on a texture like this. And ace on the river means a backdoor straight for Kotowitz, and Motel just gives up with the 6. So how much does Kotowitz go for here? 1.7 million, that's going to get the job done. So dealer change, and that means that the blinds are going up. 250 facing 500 and 500k, sorry. And we're playing 57 versus 16 big blinds. Motel opening it up, and Jack deuce off, no playability really. Out of position. The Hungarian with a bit of aggression there, finding it. And every raise and take, picking up 1 million chips now. Incredible from the starting stack of 40k. There's the glorious watch and the trophy. Exactly what we've come here to play for. And Kotowitz with the 9-6 suited, going for the pure min raise now. 1 million, ace queen for Motel. Just going to get shoved in his face, I believe. Feigning some form of discomfort. Oh, it looks like he's going for the 3-bet non-all-in. makes it 2.7 million. And Kotowitz here with the suited hand, yeah, it does elect to fold. Might just feel like it's a bit too suspicious. His opponent unlikely to be bluffing and having lots of high pairs. Just elects to get away. Maybe if they're a bit deeper he would have peeled one off there. So I see the merit for folding, to be fair, versus this type of opponent. Eight-5 off on the button. Likely to see a limp, I would imagine. Kotowitz with the king 8, just checking back. Bit too deep to jam. And it's going to be one of those flops where whoever wants it more is probably going to win. Both players now turning an 8, and Kotowitz's kicker was playing, but now there's a 4-liner straight, and that's probably going to mean that we're going to see some more checks. And indeed, it is the Polish player that takes it down. Now with 55 facing 20 big blinds. 2.75 to 1 chip lead. Kotowitz really pushing the boat out with the 5-3 off open. And he's got a backdoor straight draw. The board is somewhat favouring him, so probably going to see some sort of c-bet. Does indeed slide out a small bet there and just gets the job done. Motel kind of not really having much choice. No backdoor flush draw. Just the bare queen high. And plenty of conceivable value for his opponent, so it just gets out of the way. Motel on the button. 7-6 off. Looks like he's going to click it. King Queen for Kotowitz. Just calling. Tricky, tricky, tricky. And flopping 2 overs with the gut shot. Great flop for the King Queen heads up. Induces a bet out of his opponent. And wow, finds a 6 on the turn. Which gives him the best hand at present. He's going to go for an unorthodox double barrel here as well. Getting quite greedy. His opponent can still have all sorts of Jack X, 9X, but just lets it go. Interesting. Both players having the Queen 4 suited, which is always an interesting spot heads up. Turns into a game of who wants it most, and both flopping the same kind of equity, backdoor straight draws with backdoor flush draws. Kotowicz in position, so... Oh! Betting 700k, and Motel coming with the quick check raise. Clicks it back. Are we going to see a float here? No, he just decides to let it go. And it seems like Kotowicz's strategy is kind of turned from trying to run his opponent over to just trying to wait him out. Believes he's got the edge in the smaller pots. He's going to maybe get more value from his better hands and get away from the second best hands. Motel now with the very playable King 8 of Hearts. Coming in for a limp, so completely random really with his limping and raising strategy, but Kotowicz here with the jacks. Going to be looking to pump that up. You've got to pump it up. 1.7 million to go. And he's not going to be getting a fold, that's for sure. Can't be going around limp folding the King 8 suited heads up. And in fact, oh, I thought he clicked it back there. Looked like a couple more chips, but we are off to the flop. And this is one of the more significant pre-flop spots that we've seen. And wow, here we go. This could be good night Vienna for Motel, who is flopping top pair here versus the Kotowicz ISO and C-bet. Makes it 1.7 million again, and he's mulling over his options here. Still 13 million behind, so it's still a lot of chips to be going in, but may want to try and protect his hand here. Oh, he can't. Something in his... Oh, he just shoves it. Yeah, and it's going to be bad news for him, as it's going to be a snap call, and this could be the end of the Slovak Series of Poker main event. 76% equity in favor of Sebastian Kotowicz from Poland, finding a cooler spot versus his opponent Motel from Hungary. And all he needs to do is fade running hearts, a king or an 8. Sounds easy, but under the bright lights, playing for 23,000. It's a great turn card for him. No help to the Hungarian. Just a king or an 8 to fade. And he will be our SSOP main event champion. Just deep breaths. Just praying not to hear the outburst of emotion from his opponent. King or an 8 to fade. Oh, it was the paint, but it's going to be the win for Kotowicz there, as they're going to shake hands, and he is going to be crowned your SSOP champion, and I think a really deserving winner. He played very well, aggressive, changed gears throughout the final table, went through stages of running over his opponents, went through stages of sitting back and just allowing his skill to do the talking in the heads-up match particularly. And all smiles here for the Polish man as he walks away with the main prize of 55.2k, the watch and the trophy. And so that's going to wrap things up for the SSOP. Coming up over the next couple of weeks, we've got the Greek Poker Championships event, and followed by the France Benelux event as well. Yet more low stakes tournaments offering big prize pools and big value here at the Banco Casino in Bratislava. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you with us. Hope you enjoyed the commentary and the coverage, and we will be seeing you very shortly. Sebastian Kotowicz is your SSOP main event champion. Good night from us, and we will see you very soon. Bye bye.
Jeszcze poczekać, poskładam, a potem.
Okej.
Możesz po pieniądze. Po pieniądze. Podłożyć.
Pomalu.